If you are standing before we start the meeting, you need to find a seat. And if you can't find a seat, there's an overflow room. I have been instructed by our fire chief that we cannot have everybody standing. So there's a couple of seats up here, actually quite a few. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats up here in the first 2 rows. And we will get started as soon as I get the green light from the clerk. You ready? Okay, it is 1 o'clock and we are here on March 10th for the regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. We have with us Pastor Bill Weaver from Pleasant Grove Road Church of Christ here in Inverness. And then after the pastor comes up and leads us in the invocation, our county administrator, Steve Howard, will lead us in the pledge. Pastor, thank you for being here.
Almighty God, Heavenly Father, we are so thankful today to have the blessing of being a part of an amazing community. We thank you for blessing us with this beautiful place and the opportunities we have here. Father, we thank you for all those who serve to make our lives here possible. We thank you for our first responders. We thank you for our law enforcement. We thank you for those who serve in so many different ways, as well as the leadership of our county and our cities. We ask you to continue to watch over those who serve us. And Father, we just thank you for blessing us with their service and blessing us with so many opportunities that we have here. Father, we are mindful today of so many things that we have to consider as we live in this place. And we ask you to be with our commissioners. We ask you to be with all those who are here today, representing their different agendas and different mindsets. And Father, we just ask that you guide us, that we, in all that we do, that we might focus on what's best for this community. And Father, we ask that you guide us in wisdom and understanding. Father, we ask you to be with our nation, ask you to be with our world. And Father, we ask that you guide us all, that we might grow in love, mercy, and grace. Father, in all these things we pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and thanks again, Pastor Weaver. We appreciate that. Clerk?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners on this 10th day of March 2026. In attendance are Chair Diana Finnegan, First Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Second Vice Chair Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Lynn.
Thank you. Board, before we approve the agenda, I would like to make a change. We have a very packed room and the sheriff is here with business to tend to in a short while. I'd like to move E2 to right after the proclamations and awards. And Mr. Howard?
Yes, some additional information. C3 Library Services asset deletion. Asset form updated to reflect the glass will be dismantled and stored for future use. E3 Citrus County Race to the Center Artificial Reef. Public Science Program letter of support from Coastal Conservation Association. Additional item E10, discussion and determination of countywide burn ban status. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board?
Motion to approve the agenda with the changes.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve B1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, let's meet up front.
All those representing March for Meals, please make your way forward. Whereas in March 1972, the President of the United States signed into law a measure that amended the Older Americans Act of 1965 to include a national nutrition program for seniors 60 years and older. And whereas this vital program, often known as Meals on Wheels, has enabled millions of seniors to remain healthy and independent in their own homes, preventing premature institutionalization. And whereas Citrus County senior programs have served Citrus County, Florida since 1979 by providing nutritious home-delivered and congregate meals, as well as crucial social connection and safety checks to our aging neighbors. And whereas the 2026 March for Meals campaign serves a critical time to raise awareness about the growing demand for these services and to encourage community support through volunteering, donating, and advocacy. And whereas we must recognize that the need for senior nutrition services is rising, and it is in the best interest of our communities to support the health and independence of our older adults. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 as the 24th Annual March for Meals Month, executed this 10th day of March 2026.
We are here for the March for Meals proclamation, as well as for a presentation of the Friends of the Community Center. These ladies are part of the Friends of the Community Center, and our director Lindsay Roddenberry, is with us. They run a gift shop out of the Citrus County Resource Center, and they donate the proceeds from that gift shop to Meals on Wheels. So this $8,000 adds to their total of over almost $82,000 that have been donated from that gift shop. And we want to thank everybody for that. And just to remind you, this whole month is March for Meals, where we're trying to bring awareness of senior hunger, recruit volunteers, and fundraise. And one of the ways you can help in the community to fundraise is have a treat on a Saturday at Twisty Treats in Homosassa. They donate 10% of your order to Meals on Wheels. On March 25th, we have Texas Roadhouse is donating 10% of the total of your order to March for Meals. And we are selling shamrocks at the community centers for any amount of donation, and all of those funds go directly to Meals on Wheels. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. Perfect, thank you.
Would all those representing Government Finance Professionals Week please make your way forward? Whereas the Florida Government Finance Officers Association is a professional association founded in 1937 and serves more than 3,300 professionals from state, county, and city governments, school districts, colleges, and universities, special districts, and private firms. And whereas the FGFAO is dedicated to being your professional resource by providing opportunities through education, networking, leadership, and information. And whereas this Government Finance Professionals Week, sponsored by the FGFOA and all members of governmental organizations, is a week-long series of activities aimed at recognizing government finance professionals and the vital services that they provide to our state and our community. And whereas during this week, government finance professionals throughout the state of Florida will be acknowledged for the hard work, dedication, and leadership. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby proclaim March 16th through the 20th, 2026 as Government Finance Professionals Week in Citrus County, and extend our appreciation to all our government finance professionals throughout the state for their hard work, dedication, and leadership. Executed this 10th day of March 2026. Would all those representing colorectal cancer awareness month please make your way forward? Whereas colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer deaths in the United States, yet it is largely preventable through timely screening. Over one-third of eligible adults are not up to date on screening, and incidents are rising among adults under 50. And whereas Black Americans are 20% more likely to be diagnosed with colorectal cancer and about 40% more likely to die from the disease than any other groups, and Hispanic men and women also face significant mortality. And whereas an estimated 154,270 new cases and 52,900 deaths from colorectal cancer are expected in 2026, highlighting the critical need for early detection. And whereas the National Colorectal Cancer Roundtable aims to achieve 80% screening in every community, and observing Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month in March promotes awareness, education, and prevention. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby designate March 2026 as Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month and encourages all residents to support screening, early detection, and prevention efforts. Executed this 10th day of March 2026.
So March is a colon cancer awareness month. Colon cancer is #1 cause of death in young adults. Just 2 years ago, it was #3. And we were not expecting to see this number by 2030. But the numbers are gradually not, but very fastly growing. 1 in 5 adults who get diagnosed with colon cancer, they are less than age 55. In the United States, just this year, more than 155,000 people will get diagnosed with colon cancer, and more than 55,000 people will die because of this disease. But colon cancer is very unique in a way that it's not just like a lung cancer or any other cancer where you say, oh, there is nothing we can do. 92% of colon cancer is completely preventable, especially in the young adults. There are screening modalities, including colonoscopies, their blood test, and their stool-based test we can do to prevent the colon cancer. The other thing that's very important and is ignored is lifestyle changes, the diet that we eat, the processed foods, lack of exercising, sitting in front of TV more than 1 or 2 hours actually doubles the risk of colon cancer. And nobody talks about it. Our young generation, they don't know what real food looks like. So as a Colon Cancer Foundation, our mission is first to spread the awareness that colon cancer is preventable. Second, to focus on the gut health for our entire county and then our kids. So we are doing a lot of educational program with our Education Foundation so that we can train them and tell them that real food is real and how it looks and what we can do about giving them better future. If your gut is healthy, your life will be healthy. Your brain will be healthy. There is less risk of dementia if you eat better food. There's less risk of metabolic disorders like diabetes, heart disease, and multiple other cancers. It all starts from the gut. So as a Colon Cancer Foundation, we are very committed to spread this word and continue with our mission. I'm blessed to have support from the community and everybody that's here. And I just want you all to encourage and tell your friends and family, if they're above age 45, that's a new guideline, that they need to be screened for colon cancer. Thank you.
Okay, board, we're jumping quickly to E2, the Citrus County Forfeiture Fund request.
Motion to approve item E2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Hi, Sheriff, you want to say a few things?
I thought I had comments before that vote, but thank you, by the way.
Well,
But,
we'll do the motion and then it's open for comments.
Well, I'll just add this, we, before we got into this request, our forfeiture fund, with the great work of our detective unit and the United States Secret Service, recently made our fund very healthy with almost just over $600,000 seizure from criminals doing bad things to folks. So put our fund in a good spot to support this project. Just to give you the background of this project, our focus program, our forfeiture funds are used for education and prevention. So our focus program that we do in elementary schools always has a flagship vehicle. We haven't been able to purchase those in several years. So we're purchasing with this funding 2 Ford Broncos that will serve as the flagships of our focus program at the elementary school level. So that's always a big draw for our students to come out and see the focus car. We tend to do a little bit more lights and fancy stuff on those cars just to get that engagement with our youth in that program. So we're really excited about that. We appreciate the support using these funds, how they were meant to be used for that prevention piece for us. So we just appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you for keeping the program going. That's so good for our kids.
It's a great program, great program. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Anyone else have any comments from the public? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we have a time certain at 1:15. Hi, Eric.
Hello, Chairman, Commissioners. Eric with Growth Management. We have an amendment of Chapter 18 of our ordinance, and specifically it's an amendment due to statute change where the county no longer issues licenses for contractors. We enforce that licensed contractors work within the county, but we don't actually issue the licenses, the state does, and that was a recent statute change. So our ordinance amends that accordingly. It went to the Building Advisory Board, CRAB. They recommended approval, and I think you received a letter from the Builders Alliance where they're also in support of it.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, well, if you're done with your comments, it's a public hearing, so I will open it up to the public. Does the public have anything to say on the building regulations?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I usually read the ordinance title into the record, but if you notice it's 36 lines. Did you want to waive the reading of the ordinance title?
Would you like a motion to do that?
You don't need to make a motion. I just was wondering if y'all need me to read that or not.
I think we can waive it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, did Commissioner Kennard want it read?
I was going the other direction.
Did you need it read? I'm happy to read it.
He's starting out with fundings already today. Would anyone like to speak about the building regulations?
Our mics are like acting all wonky.
Let me see. You want to say something? Let me find you.
Oh.
Commissioner Barrick?
No, he's just right, the thing is, well,
Commissioner Bays?
Yeah, I wanted to just ask a couple of things that as we're moving through growth, exactly do we have clear and predictable permitting procedures that for homeowners, contractors, our staff? Are the updates ensuring that everybody's going to be playing by the same playbook? Is this just procedural?
The process remains exactly the same. In order to build in the county, you have to have a permit and you have to be a licensed contractor, unless you're a homeowner and you can do an owner-builder permit. But we used to issue competency cards or licenses. The state took ownership of that. So we still validate when you apply for a permit that you are a licensed contractor. So if you're pulling an HVAC, you have to use an HVAC contractor, or plumbing, or GC. So that does not change, unless the only exception being an owner-builder. We just don't issue the licenses anymore, but we still enforce it. When you apply for a permit, you have to prove that you're licensed.
So we're modeling exactly as this new state law?
Correct.
There's no other renditions in there of our own?
Right, which is, we're getting out of the issuance of licenses.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Anyone would like to make a motion?
Motion to approve, what is it, I-1?
second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Let's move to consent agenda. That's
Motion to
next.
approve consent agenda?
Motion by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrick.
C3 needs to be taken out because we found that there is a good use or upcoming use for the glass.
I'd have to look again to see if anything else was on there. Eric, can you give a little guidance?
No, needs to be read. There you go.
There we go. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eric Head, Community Services. Actually, we can leave it in. What we're doing is we're simply removing the asset designation so that they can be removed from the library's physical premises and they will be stored for use at another facility or anything. So they will be dismantled for parts, so it could be dismantled across multiple locations if needed. So the only action that you're taking in C3 is removing it as an asset, which that way it can be split up, divided, and used elsewhere as needed. So it becomes spread across different physical locations. It's not one intact asset anymore. That's why we simply changed the actual sheet that instead of taking it to disposal, it's now going to be stored and used elsewhere.
Well, thank
This
you
is
for
a
the
safety glass?
clarification. I think it helps the audience and the people at home because
Hold on,
it
Commissioner.
shows that a deletion is now going to stay with us and we are going to use it.
Thank you. Anyone else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, we have a few minutes till our next presentation, so we will start open to the public. Just remember, if you're here for a specific item, I have a feeling that there'll be a lot of animal shelter conversation. We are going to have an agenda item for that specifically, where everybody can speak. Just remember, you have 3 minutes. Please address me only, the board chair. If you have a letter on file, please don't assume that we know that. Say it from the microphone. The clerk will make sure, and Commissioner Kennard will set the time accordingly. Here we go, Bob.
Hi, Skata Bob, Floral City. I emailed all of you the long version of this, so this is an abbreviated version of what you did receive by email. And the topic is noise pollution from data centers. There's a lot of different components when evaluating the different characteristics of a data center. There's electrical, water consumption, air quality, noise pollution, traffic congestion, and many others. Most of those have engineering solutions by design, as long as you know who the end user is, the applicant. That's essential that you know the applicant and the technologies they're using. But there's one that cannot be mitigated, and that's noise, specifically low frequency noise. And it's very important to understand that this cannot be mitigated. Low frequency noise is continuous, 24/7, nonstop, and it can travel up to 3 miles. The other thing about low frequency noise is that it penetrates walls, it goes through glass, doors, and it does not substantially decrease in volume. So if you have barriers, sound barriers, that works for the higher frequencies. But sound barriers do not slow down low frequency noises. So it's a continual low frequency hum. So there's 2 main consequences of this. Remember, this is a 3-mile radius and it doesn't decrease in volume. Financial is one of the main characteristics. The persistent sound creates an undesirable neighborhood location. As a result, the real estate values in that 3-mile radius can significantly decrease. In turn, what this does is it decreases the personal wealth of all the citizens who are in that 3-mile radius. Essentially, the main component of their life savings are evaporating without their knowledge and without their control. The second item is health. These are all demonstrated and well-documented effects of continuous, nonstop, 24/7 hum, low-frequency noise. Difficult sleeping, changes in cognitive function, inability to concentrate, hearing loss, mental distress, impaired balance, etc. Therefore, it is extremely important that the data centers are located a minimum of 3 miles from any densely populated area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker?
No demo.
Oh, thank you. I had a headache this morning, all this pollen.
No, that's good. Hi, I'm Joe Hicks. I'm from Beverly Hills. This is my 6th or 7th continuing BLCC education session. And today I want to just say that you can discern a lot from language. And at the Holder Data Center application planning committee meeting, the applicant said the following. The applicant said via email, we will utilize closed loop liquid systems with dry coolers. And I think you can glean a lot from the language, except that then following that, the applicant came in and after some discussion decided that that system, that closed loop system would use 100,000 gallons per day. That's on the video that they said. So 100,000 gallons a day is 36 million gallons a year. It's 162 times the water used by Project Jade in Wyoming, 162 times a project that doubled the electrical intricacies of Wyoming. And so you can see there a biblical term here that's not derogatory in any way, the ignorance of the people. And you have to wonder, where did that language come from? Second thing is there was an oration about purple pipes. Purple pipes are used for reclaimed water. You know the water activity in Holder has no purple pipe in the grant. It's all clean water or dirty water. Purple pipe is a reused water. It's never used in a closed loop system. And so my point in drinking you through this, and we're going to offer them also a consultation session for free for coffee. I work for coffee. But the only way to make a quality decision on a Holder data center and also industrial too on these issues is to get you guys and gals informed on those so you can be informed decision makers, because these people are very, very rich and very, very smart. They influence the EPA, they influence the federal government, they influence SwiftMud. You five are the only people on the planet that can protect Citrus County and do it correctly. I'm sorry, EPA can't do it, the Fed can't do it, Tallahassee can't do it, only you can do it. So today I'm going to reiterate my offer. It's a reiteration of the third or fourth time to sit with you either individually. I don't know if you can sit as a team. It doesn't matter to me if I do 5, 6. I will sit with staff. I will sit with bloggers. I will sit with newspapers. Anybody that wants to walk through the issues, including how to mitigate them. Yeah, I'm really anxious because the data center and the revenue from it can really help us solve a lot of problems, but only if it's done correctly. And as you know, I'm dead set against it if it's done wrong. Thank y'all. Have a great day, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you for the class.
No demo.
Mr. Cloud?
My name's Todd Cloud. I live at 8615 West Highland Street in Homosassa. I'm not going to go over your mission statement, but we know what your mission statement is, and that's to preserve this beautiful county that we have. I'm here to talk about the data center also. I am not a professional when it comes to all that stuff, but I can tell you now, actually 2 voices, myself and my wife, who cannot be here today, we do not want a data center, period. Now, I'm learning about politics as I go along, but there's such a word as compromise. If you want one compromise from me, that compromise would be to allow any data center to lease property from Duke Energy then they can have their own grid, then they can actually suck the water out of the Gulf of America, so we don't have to really interrupt our dying system of good, clean water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am, Todd, Greg, I have a time certain at 1:30. You'll be the first one up after our time certain. I'm so sorry. So those of you that are waiting, please have your seat. Remember your order. I have a time certain at 1:30 and it looks like one at 1:45. Then I will come back to open to the public and we'll start right back again until everyone's gotten to say their piece, and then we'll get into the real stuff that y'all are waiting for. And I think Tammy Wilson's up.
I'm right here.
Oh, hi. Hi, you're
Hi.
hiding behind the computers.
I pushed them down so you could see me. So good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Administrator, and Ms. Attorney. Today we're going to talk about preparing for our 26-27 budget. I feel like I was just here the other day trying to finalize the 25-26 budget, and here we are. So as we prepare, I want to, here is our agenda. We're going to do a little budget recap. We'll talk about the potential impacts that we foresee, the development of the budget, which is really why we are here, how we are going to develop it, and then we'll round up the little session with some important dates of that we need to go by. Can you not hear me? Okay. Hold one moment, please. All right. So we're going to talk, our first is the budget recap. So an average property bill in the 25-26 year, the average property was $194,115, and that was per the property appraiser, less a typical homestead of 25, and then the non-school exemption of 25,722. Average property owner paid $1,279.77 to the county, $904.93 for the school, which we have no regulation over that. The other ones, Swift Mud and mosquito control, those things we also have no control over, $79.43. And then, of course, in the city, they levy more taxes, so those taxpayers paid a little more. And that's there at the bottom. All right, I also want to go over the entire general fund budget, which is the piece of the taxes, a small piece of the taxes that the county has say over. And our total general fund budget was $182 million. Out of that, 66.2%, which is $120.8 million, we actually have no rights. You have no say over it. That's for the constitutionals, our state mandates, and the debt service, and then our transfers that have to go to the other funds. The piece that you do have control over is the discretionary, which is about 33.8%. And as you can see, our operating and capitals, 13.3%. Payroll runs about 9.9%, and then we do have reserves of 10.6%. And just remember that this reserves is very important in our bond rating, that we have those reserves, and we need those to get through the lean times before the taxpayers start paying, or things like, you know, we had a couple big hurricanes a couple years ago, and we needed those reserves to help get us through those times. All right, so for an average property payer, property owner, their taxes, the general fund property tax is $1,229. So for a year's worth of services from the county, the average homeowner pays $375 for the constitutionals. That's everything from the biggest piece, of course, we all know is the sheriff. We also have the tax collector, property appraiser, the supervisor of elections, all those fall under the constitutionals. They pay about $7.14 towards debt service, $205.92 towards the state mandates. That's everything from Medicaid to the jail, the adult jail and the juvenile jail. We have to pay a portion for that. Different things, the morgue, mental health, we have all these things we have to pay for. $75 is transferred to other funds, and that's things that we are mandated to do. $106 is put into reserves, $133.57 for operating and capital, and $98.74 for payroll. So that just breaks it down to the average property owner. All right, I just want to remind you about Save Our Homes. This was established in 1995, and this is where once you own your home and you've homesteaded it, they cannot raise the value of your home more than 3%. The cap increase for 26-27 is 2.7%. Last year it was 2.9, so it went down this year. So that means property values are going to go up even less this year. The 2025 tax roll, this came from the property appraiser. We have 79,621 residential parcels in our county. And this was on the tax roll this last year. 55,407 of those are homesteaded. That is about 70%. That's a lot of homesteaded properties as we go through. And then there's just a definition here, the difference between your assessed value, which includes your Save Our Homes, 10% non-homesteaded cap, and other value reductions. And then your taxable value is approximately 77% of the assessed value. The taxable value includes your $25,000 homestead for all taxing districts. And then the additional homestead exemptions we have for non-school districts is what's included in your taxable value. We also have exemptions for disabled veterans and widows, and a few of those that fall under the taxable value. So here's a little history of our taxable value. And 2008 is when our values started to plummet, and 2023 was the first year. So 15 years we went before our taxable value recouped from that 2008 housing crash. All right, here's our current millage is 8.9249, which was not an increase from last year, from 24-25. So our general fund is at 6.9898. Our fire exceed 1.000. Our library services is at 0.3147. They cannot exceed 0.3333. The health department is 0.0564. And then transportation is 0.9860. And at this time, we have 0.4 of that going towards road resurfacing. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. All right, so that's our just where we were. So now we're going to talk about those potential budget impacts. All right, first one right off the gate, we have that homestead property exemption tax bill. There were several bills out there, I think a total of 7 or 8 different versions of the homestead exemption. The one that is moving forward right now is the homestead exemption, total homestead exemption, and that is, so it will not affect us until 27-28. It has to go on the ballot in November of 2026. This would be for all non-school property taxes. And there is a prohibition there that we cannot reduce any law enforcement or fire rescue, any safety to life, we cannot reduce any of their budgets. So the potential impact for Citrus County, and this comes from the state level, for the 27-28 year is $70 million reduction of property taxes to the county. This equates to $54.8 million to the general fund. And then the reoccurring impact after that, they're estimating at $85 million, which is $66.6 million to the general fund. And over to the right of the screen, you can see right now our discretionary funds are $61.7 million. If we take away 54.8, that leaves us about $6.9 million to run the county. That's all our county services. So that's only 11% of our expenses. We're at an 89% shortfall. And as I have stated here, that's an unsustainable funding gap that we have at this time. So this is something we have to think about. It is up in the legislators right now. It's all the talk. It's the governor's last year. They are talking about having a special session, and Alex has been keeping you updated on that, and he will go over more detail on that when he gets up for his piece. We also need to be aware that the sheriff's proposed budget, he is bringing a pay and class study up at the March 31st meeting, and that's just something we need to be aware of, and we have to fund the sheriff. That's one of our duties. We also have a new animal service center, and I'm sure that's why most of these people are here today. So this would bring on another annual debt service for us. Then we have other cost drivers. We have, things FRS. We've looked at the numbers for that. They're not going up exorbitantly, but the session is not over. Most of the changes are going down. Regular class, special class, elected officials are actually going up slightly and less than 1%, but everyone else is going down slightly. So those at this point we can't say because legislative session is not over, but right now it doesn't look like it's going to be a traumatic effect like it has been in the past. Back a few years ago, they increased the high risk class, which is our firefighters, and that did impact us quite a bit. All right. We have some potential revenue sources. These have been on your radar for several years. We have the law enforcement MSTU in place. You can set the millage in July to be included on the 26-27 tax bill. So approximately 62% of the sheriff's budget can be allocated to the MSTU. So that is something for you to consider. We also have sales tax. That's been on your radar. You're going to have a little presentation a little later about that also, I believe right after this. It does require a voter referendum, and we are one of only 2 counties that have no additional sales tax, and we are the only county that has never had an additional sales tax. So just remember that. We also have the roads MSBUs. There's also been a talk of MSTUs because the only thing we need to remember with MSTUs, if they get rid of homestead properties, those millages go down. We lose funds on that too. Those pavement studies have been concluded, and McDonald has brought those presentations to you. So if we did do a MSBU based on area, I know we would have to basically build another building and hire 50 to 70 people to run that MSBU. So that's something we have to think about too. Those are just potential revenue sources that we have. All right, so now we're going to get into the budget development guide, and this is where, you guys will be giving me your feedback. So our first thing I wanted to talk to you about is what percentage change for the departments and the constitutionals would you like to see happen at this time? So that's something for you to talk about. And then a small thing is just, we talked about the budget book. We have this huge budget book you get for the tentative. It doesn't follow the same pattern as the final budget book. Do you want the tentative budget book broke out by department, whereas the final budget book right now is broke out by funding source? So the final budget book, you have general fund, then you see all the things that are funded from that. You see fire, what's funded from that. So that's how the final budget book is set up. We have to set up the final budget book the way we do. That's for the budget award from FGFOA. The tentative budget right now is by department, and that's so the departments can come up and talk about them, but you don't see all their funding because some departments are funded differently than others. So those are some of the two of the first things we'd like to get guidance on. I can go over all these and then let you guys speak. Is that what you would like to do?
Let's take them one at a time.
Okay.
Board, number 1, budget guidelines. Yes, Commissioner Barrick.
All right. I've been going through the lovely printed copy of the budget book.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I also go through our biweekly. Our biweekly is done by funding source, when you transfer this from that to the other. Okay, so if I'm gonna be following it with my biweekly or bi-monthly, I think that when you do the book, it should actually coincide with that. In other words, I can go right from the book and say, okay, that was that was the funding source it was originally for, and you moved it to another funding source, but in the same department or whatever, like you've been doing.
Okay.
Okay, and I think that would make it a little bit easier to track as things get transferred during the course of the year. But that's my personal choice.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Bays?
Can't really answer your question yet, but I want to ask you something else. We currently do not do cost allocation. When I say cost allocation, we're not assigning building maintenance, janitorial, mowing the grass to all of the different constitutional officers. That's pretty much all absorbed up in our operating and capital.
So we are required by statute to provide space and communication to the constitutional officers. So we are required to maintain those
understand.
buildings for them.
I understand that part. But if we're not assigning out the different categories, and it's just a paper idea, and that's 13.3% of the general fund. If we're going to if our requirement is to fund public safety, they have buildings and maintenance, they have all those same overhead costs. We don't know what that number looks like, and if we can't calculate that into our operating out of our general fund, how do we know what that true cost is and where we really are going to hit a deficit?
We would have to do a separate calculation. Right now, statutorily, we are doing it the way that we are required to do it. But, I mean, we could sit down with the departments and figure out what that is, but we can't charge the constitutionals for those. We could look into it for you and find out how much that's costing us.
Because when I had a recent conversation with Parks and Rec, I was a little dismayed when I found out what their budget is, but most of that is taken up because they're charged with grounds maintenance. And most of that park budget is grounds maintenance.
Right, correct.
And that's for every building in the county.
Every building, yes, ma'am.
And I'm just concerned if we're 24 million, after you start breaking that down and you put it into the different locations, what does that number really look like?
And we could figure that out for you. It just wouldn't be a budgeted item like that, but we could work on figuring that out for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
So do we have a suggestion? Go ahead.
I would like to see, so if it's community services, that example, I would like to see community services, everything that falls under that. But I want to see every program they have, everything they get, where they get their money. I don't want to chase that all over the book, like trying to find it. Roads, I think, actually, I was doing that in the budget, trying to find it in different areas. I want to see it all together. So if it's Public Works, and then under Public Works, it's roads, I want it all to be at least within that section of where the funding comes from and how we're spending it, not part of it's here and then part of it's, 300 pages in a different direction.
Very good.
So you're wanting to see it by departments?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree.
Thank you.
Okay. So what about your percentage change? What are you wanting the goal to be?
0.
No increase?
Let's start there.
No.
Tammy, last year I had said basically that the constitutionals, especially all of the ones that we have now, have been very good and I would say frugal with their budgets. I'll use our supervisor of election, for example. She keeps it very low, but because of a special election, she had to come back. Everything's very justified. For our own staff, I think that they learned at the preliminary budget hearing last year that if they're not keeping it to 0, they will get very respectfully grilled at the podium so they can explain why they're looking for that increase. And board, I have said to Tammy, and, just a reminder of what we said last year. When we get that budget information, typically we see a summary, and it'll just talk about how good the program is, right? The whatever services program serves these people, and it's great. That's not a summary I want to see. I already know that. I want to see this fiscal year, this is what we're trying to accomplish. This is why we have money in these areas, or this is why we have an increase, or hey, everybody out there, listen, if you're working for Citrus County government, your department head, or you could put, we're going to save Citrus County money by being more efficient in, and you can tell us how wonderful you are while you're decreasing the budget. So that's what I would like to see in a summary.
Okay.
Anyone else? The percentage?
I'd like to see it at either 0 or less. At this point, we don't know what the state's gonna do. And we don't know if we're actually gonna have money to pay a budget. She already said we're gonna be short, and it's not 1 or 2 pennies. So the thing is, either they keep their budget at 0, or they show us that they decreased because they were able to, they didn't need all the paper they needed. They didn't need all of this, they didn't need all of that. They found ways to use what we have people that we had for things that needed to be done.
Frugal seems to be the word.
Frugal, we
I'll have
gotcha.
to get with Mr. Howard, whoever has the biggest reduction in savings. I don't know if I'm allowed to do a prize, but maybe a prize or an award or something. We'll make some incentive, lower your budgets,
Okay,
if possible.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go on to millage, and I'm going to skip to the next slide because that's got the, this has got our millage, our current millage is at the top. This is the revenue that we're expecting from the 5 different levies that we have. If we reduce the millage, now I want to preface this that these figures are based on an estimated taxable value increase of 6%. I had a nice talk with Mr. Dalton, who is our property appraiser, and he said that he's very comfortable with an estimated taxable value increase of 6%. And this is mostly not the values of homes, because of course we have our Save Our Homes, which keeps us slower, but it's the number of new homes that are being built in our residential homes in our area. So, and the new growth that we're seeing. So these give you the numbers. If we reduce the millage by 0.1 for each of these, how it affects them in their different millage that they have, you can see the general fund does increase even with a millage reduction because of the value of the property increasing. If we keep the current millage, that's the next one down, it shows you the increase to each of those different millages that we have. And then if we do a 0.1 millage increase, that shows you the different areas that we have. Please remember the health department reduction is based on 0.01 mils because they're already at a very low millage. And then the library services is only an increase to get them to their maximum, because if we did 0.1, they'd be over their maximum. So this is just to give you an idea. And then what you're looking at as we do start the budget process, where you're looking, do you want to decrease? Do we want to keep it the same to see where we're at? Remember, when we go to the tentative budget hearing, whatever you vote at that time, we cannot go any higher. You can go lower, but you cannot go higher after the tentative. So, and this is just the planning. We are not voting on, this is not voting on anything. This is just the planning process so we can start preparing and seeing where we're at.
Board?
I'm not going to support any increase in the millage rate, so I would say we start at holding it where it's at.
I agree.
We have a consensus?
I agree. And just what's on my mind right now is what PFM said, that we're going to be in the red in 2029, so we cannot reduce millage unless, and I believe Commissioner Bays has, and don't let me put words in your mouth, Commissioner Bays, but I believe you said things like this before, because I heartily concur with it. So maybe it was just in my own head and you didn't say it, but I believe Marion County has a lot of MSTUs and they have a much lower millage. given the threat from Tallahassee right now, it seems to me like we should be looking through our budget to peel off every capital expense that we can legally move to an MSTU and then drop the heck out of the millage if the fears don't come through. Because an 89, and that means to everyone that it didn't follow that, that does not mean a tax increase. It means a tax shift to a different mechanism. The only people, I guess it would be a tax increase on businesses and non-homesteaded properties.
Yes.
But that's already going to happen if Tallahassee has its way. So.
So do I have a consensus? We are holding the
Hold
millage
it.
at where we're at. Okay, very good. Number 3, cost of living. And so in 23-24, the pay and class study was done, and they verbally did at that time recommend an annual increase. It's not in the study, but it was a verbal communication. Last year, the board said to increase it by 2.5, which was the COLA for Social Security. The current COLA right now is at 2.8, just so you have that information. So, but we need to have some kind of percentage to put in there to move forward with working on the budget. So, go.
Commissioner Kennard?
I'd say we stay with the COLA at 2.8.
Commissioner Bays?
Can you tell us what that does then with the compression study?
It makes the compression, it makes it even, it worsens the compression. That's why they recommended the 4%, and it worsens the compression because we had to bring all those people up to the $15 back for minimum wage when the governor implemented that.
Here's what I'm going to say. I have no problem with that as long as it's done across the board. But we cannot afford to have our employees under the BOCC hold the line and everyone else take advantage. That's just got to stop. If we're going to allow other constitutional officers and everybody else come in and take pay raises of 5% or whatever they do, and some of them don't, but this has to be, the taxpayers pay for everything. So if we're going to do it, it has to be across the board, and it has to stop. The BOCC has to stop taking the brunt of that.
Commissioner Barrett?
I think that it should be no more than the COLA, because over 50% of our residents only get the COLA. Okay, so that would keep our residents and our employees the same.
Commissioner Davis?
This is a business exercise. Employees can walk to other counties. We can lose a lot of expertise because they can make $10,000 elsewhere. And then that ends up costing taxpayers more when we lose those folks. So if it is justified by market rates, if it is justified, then I would go for more than COLA. But it is a business exercise for me. What's going to cost us less?
So I kind of need a consensus to move forward.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If we raise it, the COLA to 2.8, is that in addition to or in place of annual raises? Like, do people still get their, performance evaluation?
That is the raise.
That is their
That is
performance
the raise,
evaluation.
yes.
So if they don't perform well, it could be less than that.
No, it's
They just get it whether
2.8.
they perform well or not?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
If they don't perform, they get a pink slip.
Well
That's a
said.
significant decrease.
2.8 sounds like the consensus for most people. I think Commissioner Bays would, well, that'll be on us reviewing other budgets to hold everyone else to that.
Well, that's part of the problem. They don't give us that level of detail. But I'm putting it out there that we had, I forget the number, was 167 employees that were under $13 an hour when we did the compression study? And we raised them to 15, and now, and if we're not keeping pace with that, we've had firefighters that were under $15 an hour. That's crazy. So, we can't, it has to be fair and equitable across the board. I don't want our employees that are on the other end of a shovel, doing the grunt work, getting nothing, and somebody else sitting behind a desk and air conditioning's getting the benefit of that. Not to say they don't deserve it, But at some point, we've got to start taking care of our employees because we really have pushed them aside for many, many years.
Timmy, could you ask when you send out your information to the constitutionals this year, I don't think it would be too much to ask it, even Commissioner Bays, as she's requested, just let us know what they have done for raises for their employees. Any salary increases, so we don't have to say COLA, all salary increases, what does that look like across the board for their
Yes,
people?
we can ask them when they present their budgets. Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, may I ask one additional question?
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe this goes to Mr. Howard. How do we start looking for efficiencies? IT departments, whatever we're duplicating, whether it's Office of Budget, how do we start to gain efficiencies across the county? The taxpayer's paying the bill. We don't need 5 different IT departments. We don't need 5 different, maybe human resources. How do we start to get that under one umbrella?
I'm gonna tell you a funny story because I like to tell funny stories. So I did a consolidation initiative, not consolidation, but working, even in purchasing one place I worked at. And what I used to tell them was if, we couldn't all buy the same cars, that was difficult. The sheriff may want these cars and the county want another. But I said, if we can wipe together, we can work together. So I got us to buy toilet paper together. And I started showing those little small wins and started, actually me and the sheriff have a great meeting next week to talk about a few of these issues already. So part of that is having the right people at the table, which is always challenging to make sure we have everybody working in the relationship building. But there's a lot of opportunity. I'm having some of those conversations right now, but part of that starts with a conversation and getting people at the table and looking at that and see what can we do, workload and those kind of things. But it just starts with the conversation. I'm beginning to have some of those, even with the cities. I think there's opportunities for us to look at opportunities. Sometimes bigger isn't better, better's better. So I always say that. So we got to make sure, because sometimes their needs may be different than ours, but we're starting to have those conversations, and I think we have an opportunity. It's the right time, right place.
Thank you.
I think that's a great idea. You've heard me say a dozen times, government's a black hole. It never decreases. It only increases. So finding those efficiencies, that would be a great idea if we can pull those together.
Right, ready for me to move on to number 4?
Yes.
All right, so we have 2 different items that the commissioners, at their request, we put an amount into a special projects fund. We formerly called it Duke, and it was based on the coal plant coming off and the gas plant coming on. And we figured that amount the first year, what that increase in the taxable value was. And we've been putting that amount aside every year. We've paid for things like Pirates Cove. We've paid for some other studies, some different things that are the commissioner's request. And I wanted to just see the plants are depreciating, so, but their overall value of Duke is increasing, but the initial reason that we implemented that amount is depreciating. We can still keep putting that amount into the special projects fund if that is the will of the commissioners, or change that amount. It's 2.185 million right now we put aside for.
Commissioner Kennard?
Tammy, what would be the amount put in there based on the current depreciated value of those 2 coal plants?
Hold one moment. And we don't, so here's the problem. I have reached out to the property appraiser to see if we could find out what just the coal plant values are. Have not gotten that. He's not been able to get that back to me because we just discussed it today. I emailed him today. So the value of the Duke property overall, which is what it was based on first, has increased because values have increased. And commercial property doesn't have a Save Our Homes cap like our homes do. So I can't give you that figure right at this moment.
Okay, well, my suggestion to the board would be, let's hold off on making that decision until we find out what that amount would be. Because I think the amount being put into that fund or tagged as a special projects fund needs to be directly tied to the depreciated value of those 2 plants.
Yep.
Otherwise, if we do away with it, that money's going to end up in the general fund and ultimately be used for recurring expenses.
Yes.
And when those two plants do shut down, then we're going to be in a bind.
Yes.
The whole idea of setting that aside was it so that that money would never be used for recurring expenses.
Okay.
So I think we hold off on it for now. Let's wait and find out what that value is. And, you know, if it's $30 that ends up going into that account, then so be it. You got
Okay.
$30 for special funds or
Okay.
special projects. But I would be concerned about it ending up getting lost in the wash and then end
Yes.
up helping to fund recurring expenses.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Consensus with Commissioner Kennard? Yes?
All right.
So we also, there's $500,000 a year that goes towards the grant matches. Many of these wonderful grants that we get, we do have to match. So we have been putting $500,000 a year towards those. So need a consensus if that's still what the board would wish to do.
Absolutely.
Yep, I agree.
Okay.
I
very good.
agree.
Yes.
All right, the last thing I just wanted to talk about was our health insurance. And in meeting with HR, we have, we're looking at not as steep of an increase this year as we have in the past. Now that could change if we have some catastrophic, claim or something. I did reach out to the other constitutionals that are not on our insurance. The only other two that are not on our insurance is the tax collector and the sheriff's office. And they do, I really don't like the word subsidy, but they do help with the family health plans or the tiered plans, the employee plus spouse, employee plus children, or employee plus family. They do put a portion into that. We do not cover that 100%. We cover the employee 100%, but they do help out a little bit with if you have additional people. It's a big recruiting tool. It's a way to keep our people and keep them happy. So, but our other constitutionals are doing the same thing. The property appraiser, the supervisor of elections, the clerk, they're all on the same plan as us. So the only other constitutionals that to ask was the tax collector and the sheriff. So as long as you're okay, we'll keep going the way that we're going with our health insurance.
When you say keep going the way we're going, keep the dollar amount the same or keep increasing that amount?
Well, the premiums will go up because health insurance premiums are going to go up no matter what, but continuing to the people who have employee plus spouse or employee plus children or employee plus family, because we have different tiers, still giving them a little bit additional in the amount that they're contributing, that we're contributing.
Right. So I understand that we'll still fully cover the employee.
Single employee, yes.
The question was the help that's provided to the family, keeping that dollar amount the same? Or I don't think that's clear for the board.
It would be up to the broker. We're looking at possibly about a 5% increase this year, which is very minimal compared to the prior year was about 15%.
So my question is, you're wanting from us to do away with it, keep it the same amount that
keep it at the same percentage they're doing now.
The same percentage.
Right.
So the cost would go up.
Yes.
For the help.
Because it's going to go up for the individual also. So the broker we have a broker, they figure all those figures out for us and give us those.
Board?
I have a question.
Commissioner Davis.
I should have asked this yesterday in my briefing. I have been told that there's all kinds of, there's an additional insurance that you can offer, and I forget what it's called, but it's for more alternative methodologies that people, help people avoid surgeries or more like long-term medication needs, things like that. Do you have some sense of what percentage difference that would add? Because if it's huge, it's a total non-starter. But if it's if it helps our employees stay healthier and it's a 0.5%, it might be worth discussing.
I do not. Jessica is here. She might be able to help us. I think she's in the back. I do want to. Can I circle back to the COLA while we're waiting for Jessica? Yeah. We can run 4% and 2.8 and run that for you if you would like. do it both ways, if you would like us to do that, if we have a consensus. I just do want to remind you that the fire per union, they are guaranteed 3%, so they do get 3%.
I think the board already gave you consensus. You're
Right,
asking
but I
us
just
to go
think
back
I
and-
can run it both ways. Because,
I would say run it both ways, and we could look at it, just to get we can make a decision later.
okay.
So just a reminder, as we're making these decisions, we've already said to keep the millage the same. Obviously, we
Right,
keep
the
saying
millage
to
would stay
increase
the same.
expenses, so that means it's,
Right.
something's being cut somewhere else.
Okay. Yes. Jessica? Yep. So she's our insurance expert, and I will let her, she can speak over
Jessica,
it.
give me 1 second. Commissioner Barrick has something.
I want to make sure that I'm on the same page.
Hold
You're
on.
on.
You're not on.
Give me a second. Try it again.
I'm looking for
You're
you.
green.
There you go.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm on the same page you're on. We said COLA, which is 2.8, and you're saying 5% for health. So that's 7.5%. If you do this 4% plus the 5%, we're at 9%.
Correct.
And we're trying to keep it a 0.
Yes.
Okay, so something's gonna have to give, and people are gonna have to realize something's gotta give. People are gonna actually have to leave if we're gonna get to 0. Or salaries are gonna have to be decreased somewhere, or expenses have to go down somewhere. Because we would like to see it at 0. We agreed to that. And we had a consensus for the 2.8. Now, the insurance, we don't have a lot to say. Insurance companies, I mean, my insurance went up significantly. And no, I'm not on the county insurance. So believe me, it went up. Even the Medicare, remember how much Medicare went up this year? Okay, so when you're talking, keep it the same. Is there any way we can check with other counties as to what insurances they are providing and their type of benefits compared to ours? That's what I'd like to find out.
Hi.
You're not on.
Davis, to answer your question regarding additional supplemental or insurance plans, we do have a plan currently called Surgery Plus, which does offer benefits to individuals who may need a surgical procedure. It keeps that claim off of our Florida Blue plan, and they are negotiated rates. I'm not exactly sure if that was the.
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Totally aware of that. I'm talking about the ones that pay for like really advanced therapies, things like that, that help avoid having to go to surgery or having to do other things, so.
I can certainly check with our
And
broker.
my guess is that it's too expensive for us to even consider, but I have no idea what the answer is. I really don't. So if you look at that and go, oh, heck no, we're not gonna be able to afford it, then don't even follow up. It's fine.
Sure. I would
So-
love to get an analysis from our broker and get that information back to you.
Should be a pretty simple, I think, pretty simple question, but
Okay.
thank
If
you.
you could get the answer, maybe to Steve, to all of us, that would be great. That's
Of course.
a good question. Maybe in the long run, it would save money.
Yeah, I mean, I'd see a physical therapist that's not a traditional physical therapist, and this person has helped me tremendously, and she keeps saying, why don't you put this on the insurance? I said, we don't have it. And I can't get it separately for me, it would have to be for the whole county, and I said, my guess is that it's way too expensive. So, but if I need it, other people need it too, so it's worth a question.
Sure.
And now I don't really need it anymore, but at the time, I was wondering about it, so.
I'll get back with you.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Barrick, to your question, we do have all of the information for surrounding counties as far as they're structured. Everyone is a little bit different in the plans that they offer, and of course, their demographics are slightly different, but I can absolutely get that to you as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair?
Kennard.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what the numbers come back at, but I'm gonna be a no on adding an additional supplement insurance unless there's an equal or greater offset in the premium to the group insurance that's currently offered, which I believe is the case with the other surgical option that we offer. We realized a savings on the group insurance.
Yes.
But just adding an additional supplement, whatever that increase is, I'm gonna be a no on that unless, like I said, unless we realize a savings on the group of equal or greater amount.
That's kind of what I was saying too. Yeah, look into it just in case it saves us money in the bigger picture.
Absolutely.
Thank you for understanding where I was going with that, both of you. I appreciate that.
Anyone else?
All right. Okay, so we're going to move on to our important dates. Nope, this way. All right. So April 28th is our CIP workshop, and that's all our, anything over $50,000, any useful life of 10 years or more. And we will bring to you all the projects. We started meeting with the departments and their requests for CIPs, and we are continuing those the next few weeks. And we will have a presentation for you on April 28th about that. Then July 22nd is our preliminary budget hearing, and that'll be my one-year anniversary of presenting to you guys. So that's where you'll approve your tentative millage at that workshop, so that can be included on your the trim notices. And remember, what is approved at the preliminary budget, you cannot go above it, but you can go below it at the final. So that's your preliminary budget hearing. Then we have a tentative budget hearing. That's on September 10th, and that will be at 5:01, and we have to hold a public hearing for the proposed millage rates and the tentative budget at that time. And we can't exceed it. It says it right on there. Again, we can't exceed that. And then this will be the amount that will be on the revised trim notice that is mailed to the taxpayers. And then September 21st is when you will approve your final budget at 5:01 here in the chambers. And we will have a public meeting and the final millage rates and the final budget. And that's all I have for my presentation.
Any final questions, comments? I do. Commissioner Bays.
So I think I would find it helpful as the legislature proceeds, if something does occur in the special session or whatever point they decide what's going to happen with exemptions, that we have, start to prepare a budget that looks like that if you see it going that direction, so that we can start to have conversations along the way and not be completely.
Like a multi-year to see how it will affect, put it in for the next year and then see where we're at after 2 years. Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
If that's, are we good with that?
I had mentioned this at the strategic planning meeting, but if we're going to make any strides on roads, what does our budget look like when we go ahead and make that 30 million instead of 16.7 for road resurfacing?
So I did some calculations, and that was one thing I did miss on the millage. We had 0.4 going, or 0.2 a year going till we got to 1 mils on for road resurfacing out of the transportation millage. And currently we stopped at 0.4, which that's in the value of next year is approximately 6.5 million. So if we increase that to 0.6 of the transportation millage, it would be 9.7, so that'd be an additional 3.2, just so you know. The 30 million that you're asking for, if we did the 0.6, that's almost 10 million out of the transportation millage. 30 million is 1.67 mils, just so you know. So 1.67, I'm just letting you know, 1.67
I know, but that's not what I asked
mils
at the meeting.
of
I had asked in
the
our
general
current
fund.
budget with our current millage.
We would have to look at what
that looks like.
services we are willing to cut and we are willing to eliminate at that point.
I think that's what reminded me of Commissioner Bays' exercise also. If something happened, where are we cutting? That's what we would need to know.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you for the
you.
good presentation.
All right.
Commissioner Bays.
So based on what the new millage rates, what currently 1 mil is equivalent to about 15 million.
Yes.
Based on what they're projecting, what would 1 mil's value be?
So 1 mil would be, oh, I'm sorry, I went back from that. Can I go back? Okay. Let me see. Give me 1 moment. A whole mil, I would have to calculate that. Math brain isn't working right at this moment. This is 0.1. We have a 0.1 increase here, but I would have to go and figure that out for you. So a 0.2 is 3.2. So if we do that times 5, it'd be about 15 million.
We're at 15 million now.
Right. Well, that's based on now. So I'd have to go back and figure out 6% increase.
No, Commissioner Bass is
No.
asking if taxes were, homesteaded taxes were eliminated. She's asking what
Oh, if
money's
you
left and what
increase.
does a mill equal at that point?
Okay, I'll have to go back
And
and
then
do
also
that for
with
you.
what the property appraisers projecting
Projected,
for the
okay.
new dollars
Okay.
coming in.
Yes, I can do that for you. Can't do it on the fly, I apologize.
That's okay.
I try. Not a- All righty.
Commissioner Barrick.
I did have one thing. I agree with Commissioner Bass. We need to know if Tallahassee says that there's no more property taxes, can you come back to us and give us exact numbers or close to it if the property taxes are? In other words, you gave us estimates, but
Right.
we have to know what we're working with before April 28th if they say no. In other words, if it got voted on tomorrow and the property taxes were eliminated, we need to know where we stand financially for 26, well, not 26, 27, but because it
27,
wouldn't go
28.
into effect
Right.
until
We would
27,
have to get with the
28.
property appraiser at that time. These figures are the figures the state is giving us on the estimates. So at the time, we've already spoken, Mr. Howard and I had a meeting with the property appraiser. Once that actually comes into effect and what they have decided, there's so many versions right now, it would take him a long, long time to figure all the different versions. So he is willing to go, and once he figures that out, we would bring that back to you, of course.
Okay, so,
Yes.
so the April 28th is a tentative date for right now. But
Yes.
if something goes, then they say the property taxes are no longer.
Correct.
Okay.
And it will affect the 27, 28, because it has to go to voter referendum
Yes, I know.
in November.
I understand that,
So-
but I also
Yes.
hear the people out there, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna say, if it, no property tax, they're gonna say, no property taxes.
Correct. So, all right,
Commissioner
thank
Kennard.
you. Sorry.
Yeah, before we burn up a bunch of staff's time doing this, my suggestion is it's fine to have a very, I don't know, 50,000-foot view or conversation about if this happens, what are we going to do? Start looking at areas to cut. But my suggestion is that we kind of keep our powder dry until we find out exactly what the Senate passes, we see what the House has passed. I don't know that the Senate goes quite as far as the House did. They're going to have to come to an agreement ultimately to put something on the ballot. I think whatever makes it to the ballot is very likely to pass. But why don't we, before we use up a bunch of staff's time with a number of different calculations, let's wait and see what's going to hit the ballot first, because it's not going to affect us this upcoming budget cycle, but it will affect us, in 27, 28, should it pass at that point. If what's passed the House ultimately comes out of the Senate, which is highly doubtful, but if it does, what we've seen is it's estimated to be a $54 million hit on the county budget. That leaves us with, after paying debt service and the constitutionals, leaves us with about $6.9 million to run the county on.
Yes, sir.
Steve, how long does $6.9 million last us?
Not very long.
Not
It's
so
about 2 weeks,
Yeah,
about
it's
3
not- it's
weeks,
not
we can
really
run
long.
the county and then we're broke.
Yeah, so
So let's hope that's not what hits the ballot.
no one can get a ticket, no one can go to jail anymore.
I don't think
No
that's going
fires.
to hit the ballot, so.
I agree.
So I'm okay waiting for the exercise. The exercise I would like to do is based on our current budget and our current need for roads, and I would like to see what that looks like.
Well, you did mention it at our workshop that you want to see 30 million for roads first and then build a budget around that.
After public safety.
I don't think that there was consensus to do that. I mean, I'm fine looking at those numbers, but I don't know that there's we had $16 million budget this year. I don't think there's $14 million in cuts in the budget. I just don't think it's there. So if we want to start looking at what services we're going to cut to get to $14 million, then I think that's up to us to say, we want to cut this service, this service, this service. I don't think we can put that, I don't think it's fair to put that on staff and say, find me 14 million in services. Then we have that discussion.
Well, I guess I'll have to look for it because I did that at the last budget hearing and found $8.3 million.
Bring it forward. Let's have the discussion.
Commissioner Barrick?
I wanted to make a comment. Based on our current budget, how can we add to that budget? In other words, we've all agreed we want to stay the same. So how can we turn around and talk about things now, today, to add to that debt, to add to that budget, if we don't know, and we know that we're going to be short if something happens? So the thing is, we need to start, we need to get the numbers from the budget office. If this happens, if that happens, if stuff happens in Tallahassee. That's why I asked her to get us some numbers. It's not an exercise in fruition. It's an exercise that she's going to have to do if Tallahassee, and they're going to make their minds up. We're not going to. So that's why I asked for it. But I mean, based on, what she gave us today, how can we take on more debt? That's my question.
Anyone else?
I
You
would,
want to? You're like a Italian family. We all keep trying to say goodbye. We're gonna kiss a whole bunch of times. We're just not gonna leave. Commissioner Davis.
I've said this numerous times now. We are wasting money every single day with our pavement management system because we are so far behind. And it is an obscene difference in the per mile cost between a road that is repaved on time or treated on time and one that is treated late. And so staff has said if we did an MSTU, and there's a whole bunch of tax savings on the flip side, you take off the millage, you do take off other things. So just do an MSTU, which is similar to the stormwater one that we have, and figure out what the numbers look like for the average taxpayer, okay? And see what that looks like to get caught up in 10 years. It's $750 million that we're behind. That's $75 million a year. What does that number look like? And then if we all squeal, and that's me included, because I really don't want to pay more taxes myself. And if I squeal and a whole bunch of people squeal at that number, then we go, okay, we'll catch up in 15 years or whatever is palatable for us as all together as residents. That then number, say for example, if 10 years was palatable, it is then 20 million a year to keep up. 20 million, that's it. We're paying 16 million a year right now and falling further and further behind, and we will continue to have poor roads. We will continue to spend well over $400 a year extra on maintenance on our vehicles for driving on poor roads. We will not attract high tax-paying businesses to this area as long as we look like we are not taking care of stuff. And it doesn't have to be perfect, but it needs to be significantly better than it is now. So I'm just going to keep saying that till it gets traction or not.
I didn't hear any consensus for the looking at 30 million and just seeing what that looks like in the budget.
No, ma'am. There's no way we can. I agree with Commissioner Kennard on that.
I guess that'll fall on me. We'll talk. Okay. We're finally saying goodbye. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, I know you only see the Irish side, but the other side, my mom's side, is the Italian, and that's what we do. Kiss and say goodbye like 5 times before it actually happens. Hi, Reese. Next up, we have Nature Coast Forever Conservation Planning Study, task number 2 and 3. We have with us, don't let me butcher the names, Ramesh Bush and Pagin Hanrahan.
That's the Irish side.
That's the Irish side. Right.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, is happy to be here again, probably for my last time, although I'm coming to the city of Crystal Springs later in this month. So, sorry, Crystal River, thank you. Again, a pleasure to be here. Ramesh Butch, North Florida Land Trust. Reese, if you could put the North Florida Land Trust PowerPoint up for me, please. Just to refresh you and the members of the public who are watching, thank you. I'm with the North Florida Land Trust. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, private organization. We work around the state with the Trust for Public Land, helping communities have the conversation about whether or not they should preserve environmental space, agricultural space, and wildlife space. You have a long day ahead of you, so I'm not going to belabor some of the intro slides. This is our mission. This is our history since 1999. Benefits of land conservation. I do want to take a second and just do this slide. A lot of folks understand that land conservation, open space, preserves wildlife, habitats, creates areas for recreation. There's some benefits that maybe not as obvious to folks. Keeping farms and farming is an important natural resource benefit, but more importantly, economic benefit and food security, national security benefit. Providing areas for stormwater to slow down and percolate so that it doesn't affect the built infrastructure. We are mining old rainfall, and so this is one that, give you a sneak peek, was one of your highest ranked values. So if we're mining old rainfall, the quality of that rainfall and what we take it out of the ground has a lot to do with the ground that it falls on. So the greener, the more open, the cleaner it is, the cheaper it is to treat. One of the things that's less obvious for folks is that green space provides amenity value, does increase your taxable value. And as a 30-year employee of county government, I am distressed by the conversation you're having right now about property taxes. I think somebody said emergency services makes a community survivable, but parks, planning, codes, community support services makes one livable. And I think it's terrible to be having this conversation. But the good news is that open space does generate tax base for you all. And it's not so surprising when you think about lakefront homes, golf course homes, oceanfront homes. They're typically higher per square foot than similar homes, not situated next to open space. And the one that we work a lot on in North Florida Land Trust, not so printed here, is we buffer military installations, keeps our military spaces fully operational so people don't have to withdraw from the fence lines because of noise or overflights, and it creates a safety zone for our military service personnel. These are all the benefits of open space, and it drives your quality of life. And that's really what I'm going to hang this conversation on. So when we went out and looked at Citrus County and compared it to the state average, you are above the state average for conservation land. If you look at a map of Citrus County, you've got great conservation land byproduct of the state on the east and west parts of your county, not so much in the middle. You're at 36%, and the state average, when you take out military installations, because that's not their primary purpose, is not conservation, it's military, you are way over the average. But remember that averages, somebody said statistics are lies or damn lies, and there's statistics. An average just gets us into the conversation about, okay, conservation land and what's a good data point. I would argue that if you want to look at whether or not you're doing a good job, you need to look at how much opportunity land do you have to conserve and how well you're doing of that space. My background started Miami-Dade. More than Miami-Dade is in conservation. You wouldn't know that thinking about it. So it depends on how much you have. But I think more importantly, going back to that quality of life slide, how well do you think you're doing locally to take care of your future and keeping green space in your environment? So that's what the bottom table shows. Based on those percentages, so for example, local green space, Citrus County is at 0.08%, state average is 1.6. To get to that 1.6, you need to add another 5,690 acres. So that's what the bottom table shows, is where those deficits could be made up with a local program. The federal and the private, that's where a local program will help you match and encourage that kind of investment. So again, green printing is what we do. We came in, talked to your subject matter experts. These are ag, historic, resource folks. Translated those opinions to using science to conservation values. You've all seen the 7 maps. I'll show them in a minute. We then held 3 community workshops, and we had an online poll that we used to get people to understand what land conservation does and to vote on those 7 values. And then we provided the recommendations in the green print, which is part of your backup. And the line of sight says if the public perceives that certain things are being lost, like green space, drinking water, agricultural lands, you end up with a portfolio that protects and generates those benefits. And that's what the line of sight model shows. Where we are in the process, we are presenting you with the final report. After this, Begin will talk about the feasibility study. And then if you all decide, and if there's enough room, Tallahassee leaves you any room, you go to a referendum in 26 or 28. And this is why we talk about referenda. Again, land conservation isn't free. You have to pay for the acquisition and the management. You can't do that while harming emergency services and critical services, so it needs a funding source. One of the things that we encourage communities to do is to put that to referendum, because then you imbue it with a mandate that says this money can only be used for this purpose, preserving green space. And this is an example from Polk County. And Pegeen will talk a lot about referenda and funding sources, so I won't belabor the point here, but you're not alone. 28 programs have county programs now doing exactly this kind of work. So let's get into some of the results. You saw this in the interim report. Your subject matter experts looked at water, agriculture, cultural and historic resources, and natural resources and came up with the things they thought were the most important. We then took that data and created these 7 conservation theme maps. We asked you all to pick 3. We asked our participants to pick 3. And the ones that came out on top, you can see from the top table, for the county commissioners, there was number 1 was wildlife and conservation corridor. I'm sorry. Number 1 was drinking water. Number 2 was wildlife and conservation corridors. And a tie for third was agriculture and recreation. If you were to add all of the public comment in, you got slightly different. You got drinking water, teeny species, certain endangered species, and wildlife conservation corridors. If you were to aggregate all the public work input and then normalize it, rank them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and line them up next to the county commission's votes, that's the bottom table, you can see that the number 1 rank was drinking water. And when you see your drinking water map, I know some of you were surprised at that map, and I know a lot of the public was. Number 2 was wildlife conservation corridors, and number 3 was teeny species. But when you look at the average rank, you'll see that number 1 is drinking water, number 2 is wildlife conservation, and then we have agriculture. So those are your 3 right now, based on the data from you all and from the public. Your 3 values in that referendum would be drinking water, wildlife and conservation corridors, and protecting agriculture. And this is where those 3 values, if you were to stack them together in Citrus County, redder, this is a heat map, so redder areas indicate where you have those values sort of stacked up one on top of each other, and you can see where the opportunity areas that are not in conservation or not already developed, you can see that. We included on this map at your request the major development projects. Those are those gray and black hatchings. You can see that you've done a really good job sort of keeping those within what the Census Bureau says are urban census areas. So they're not sort of being in your opportunity areas that could otherwise be saved for conservation. So again, this sort of fills out the top part of this bond referendum, and Pegeen will talk a lot more about that. The second part of the green print has actually a manual. So if you choose to have a referendum and if it passes, the manual has best practices from around different programs that says, here's how you should operate a land conservation program. It spells out the rules for yourselves. It has the recommendation that you establish a committee, an advisory committee. This is one of the key things that pushes referenda over the passage by having a citizens committee. There's nomination of properties, there's initial review to see if it meets the purposes. You create a pool. You then have an evaluation using a matrix of criteria. This is an example of criteria I put together for you. Make it your own, change it if you like, but I used the criteria of the 3 things that came out on top. And you can see, for example, drinking water. Does the property nominated have recharge potential? Is it 1, 2, or 3? If it's in a wildlife corridor, does it connect existing conservation lands? Those are the kinds of things. The more that it says yes, the higher that score is, and then you can promote and acquire the highest scoring ones. We encourage you to make it easier on your public. There's a 1-page form that they can fill out. And the rest of the manual then establishes different pools, hierarchy. So something is eligible, something is a priority that gets forwarded to you. You put it on your list. Nothing gets bought without your approval. Then it's just real estate. We acquire the conservation lands or acquire the easement of property, comes back to you for approval, and then you have to manage and monitor that property. So that, in a nutshell, is your green print. There's a 3-page document that's part of your package. I'm happy to take any comments now, or if you want to send them to me over the next few weeks, happy to finalize that and then say my goodbyes. So that was green printing land conservation in a couple of minutes. Happy to answer any questions.
That was quick. Thank you. Any questions?
I went out, and we have a speaker back there, but I don't think did you say that this could be a tiebreaker other than the 3? If a property comes forward that's other than the 3 priorities,
yes.
It'll be a tiebreaker?
I have been saying that to people. So for example, there's a great interest in your community on cultural and historic preservation. There's some very intense interest on certain endangered species, which didn't make it in the final 3. So if you can imagine, you've got a piece of property that meets all the criteria. It has a corridor, it has drinking water potential, but it also has a historic site or cultural resource, or it also has habitat for endangered species. Those can be bonus criteria that you can promote that property over maybe one that doesn't have that added feature. And so I would encourage folks who wanted those to be their priorities but didn't make it in the top three, you build your priority list, your matrix of criteria to then make those tiebreakers. So hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, and so the public knows, if you're not aware, we had meetings or workshops in Citrus Springs, Crystal River, and La Quinta Government Building. Crystal River, number one, was surface water because of Save Crystal River and all of that. So it's not homogeneous throughout the county for obvious reasons, but the drinking water was stunningly scary, the drinking water map, because that area is not preserved. And I just want to give kudos to Mr. Bush. He did an amazing job with this. And I don't believe the other thing maybe that you didn't touch on is that a lot of this can be grant funding, like grant matches. So for ag lands and wildlife corridors, if we're working with Florida Forever and with Wilton Simpson's office, a little bit of money can go a very long way.
That's right, Chairman and Commissioner Davis. A local program allows you to match federal state programs. So RFLPP is looking for partners. If you can kick in as little as 10, 20%, 25%, they will bring the rest of the money if your project also is top on their list. So this is the drinking water map that Commissioner Davis was referring to, and you can see that the dark blue is where your recharge areas are, and they are not co-located where the state's already done preservation. It's not under the green areas, which are the conservation land. So this is, I think this shocked a lot of people. And drinking water, not surprisingly, is one of the highest ranking votes, conservation value votes, no matter where we work in the state. So just to her other point, that table that I lingered on for just a second shows the difference between the communities. But drinking water across the board was high vote getter for all three. Any other? Happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah. I'd like to say you did a great job. And it really is nice. You got some people out to hear your message on conservation. We have 166,000 approximately population. We have like 98,000 active people in the county that are voting. That's what I consider the voting people, the active people. And you got 0.6% of the population involved. So it's nice that you did get those people out there, and I do like the results because they are what I would consider very important. The drinking water is number one, whether you're on this board or whether you're a citizen or you're one listening on the TV. The problem is, and you were here, we have no money. And if we're going to ask people for money, I don't think they're going to say that they would like to spend it on what you've found for us. But I did come to some of the stuff, and it did say that this green print can stay, and it doesn't disappear in 2027. It doesn't disappear in 2028. So down the road, this print can be used. So this study, like I said, was a great thing, and I appreciate your being here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Anyone else? Great presentation.
Turn it over to Pegeen. And
Yes,
thank you.
thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Vinikin. It's really nice to be with you all. My name is Pegeen Hanrahan. I'm with Trust for Public Land. So Ramesh spoke about North Florida Land Trust being a local organization. We're actually a national organization, but our second, you have the slideshow, Reese. No, it's a different slideshow, but I sent it in several weeks ago. You don't have my slides. Okay. We're a national organization. Tallahassee was our second office, though, starting in the 70s. I work entirely on voter-authorized funding. So you have discussed already a lot of difficult decisions here today. It's a PowerPoint presentation. You talked about a lot of difficult decisions here today, and this is a decision that you would choose to give to your voters to decide. And to Commissioner Barrick's point, all of the people who show up to vote in any major November election would have the opportunity to cast a ballot.
Reese, I believe it's the file directly before this one.
He does not have the PowerPoint loaded, as far as I can tell. I can pull it off of my computer. Yes.
And it's on the clerk's site, you should have it. Let me see if I can figure out which one this is. It's the fourth one, if you're on the clerk's side, it's the fourth one down. On this agenda item, fourth file.
Well, Reese works on that. I'll say I go to a lot of county commission meetings. This is, I think, my third in a week, and I want to give your citizens a lot of credit for having the patience to sit through all of this, waiting to get to citizen comment. It's very, very impressive to have a full room on a regular commission meeting day.
It's the animal shelter.
Well, that's very important too.
I'm hoping some are here just to hear about my ordinance that's under my name, but nobody cares about trees, just animals.
Reese, would the title help you? I believe it's TPL Citrus County, Florida. Let me pull it up and make sure that's it. Yes, it's the only one that starts off with TPL in all caps.
I think he has to download the packet first.
Okay.
Do you want to come back to this, Chair Finnegan, just in the interest of everyone's time?
That may be a good idea,
Yeah.
because if he's trying to download something, I mean, hopefully that
Yeah,
computer
I want to
works faster than
respect
mine
your
does, yeah.
time and your citizens' time. So I'll be here, just
Okay.
as soon as we get the presentation ready and you're ready to come bring back, I'll jump back up. Thank you.
You got it?
Thank you.
That's the one?
Okay. Oh, well, thank you. Well, we'll proceed.
Okay, just trying to help.
Thank you for
And I'll
that,
go
though.
as quick as I can. So we'll move forward. I think we'll move forward. Do I have control of this, Reese? You should. It's not. Okay, so we work on voter authorized funding for communities, and we work across the country. Next slide. Over the course of time, we've worked on over 5,500 projects, and so we actually come in and work on acquisition of projects. Ramesh talked about protection of military base lands. We are the #1 organization in the nation working on that. We're also the #1 organization working on rail trail projects. And the portion of the organization that I work for works on voter authorized funding. We do some legislative work, but primarily at the ballot box. And so far, $112 billion in voter authorized funding has been approved, and including over $20 billion here in Florida. Next slide. I work specifically on funding and leverage, and for every dollar that our donors give to us, and again, our work is entirely donor funded here in Citrus County. It's not paid for by the county government. We return about $2,000 in public funds. Next slide. And then here in Florida, I said we started in 1972. We've worked on over 470 projects, including 180,000 acres of land. We do urban projects, rural projects, farmland projects. We do focus on public access, though. Next slide. So obviously you are the Nature Coast, and you're a very important part of the wildlife corridor. The wildlife corridor is a very high-level priority for the state of Florida. The legislature has created special allocations of funds, and as Ramesh said, it is one option for local programs to really have a pool of funds to help pull down dollars from Tallahassee and also from Washington, and also encouraging private landowners to do some charitable work associated with their projects as well. There are tax incentives for doing so. Next slide. So again, we work with cities and counties primarily on their conservation and recreation funding priorities. It's very, very common for the work that we do on conservation to be paired in the same ballot measure as other capital needs. We do focus primarily on capital needs, but it's quite common to be paired with transportation, with public safety, with libraries, with affordable housing. It really is driven by what the values of the local community are and what your funding sources are available to you. Next slide. As I said, often, in fact, the largest number of multi-issue measures that I have worked on, and I've worked on 37 successful ballot measures. I work across the Southeast, and Florida being my largest state, of course, but South Carolina being behind that. In South Carolina, we've worked on 15 ballot measures. All 15 have passed, and most of those have been associated with roadway projects as well. Next slide. So this is the overall map. You can see how dense Florida is. We've worked on 45 ballot measures here in the state of Florida, and 84% of those have passed. Next slide. The other thing I always like to emphasize is that this is not at all a partisan issue. You can see this is our presidential election map, and you can see the states that voted for President Trump are in red, and the states that voted for Vice President Harris are in blue. And you can see how many green dots where we've had ballot measures passed in very conservative places. Again, I work entirely in the Southeast, so I work almost exclusively in very conservative places. And since really 2020, we've had a nearly 100% win rate in the work that we do. In 2024, we won 100% of the measures. In 2025, we did. In 2026, we did. Even in 2020, which we know was a very difficult year, I worked on 4 ballot measures here in the state of Florida, and all 4 of those passed. Next slide. Again, this is a good times, bad times, conservative administrations, less conservative administrations. Even, as I said, during COVID, we see overall a very high win rate on ballot measures that include conservation. Next slide. So going back to your budget presentation, local governments really have 3 sources of funding in Florida that can cover capital needs. The first you heard a lot about today, property tax, or the second is the property taxes or budget allocations, and that is historically where most local governments fund all of their priorities. You can also do general obligation bonds, but those 2 are normally backed by the property tax. And then third are sales taxes. As you heard your staff share, Citrus is one of only 2 counties in Florida that don't currently levy any sales tax. And I think I have a slide on that next. Oh, no, I don't, but this is the overall passage rate for the different types of measures here in Florida. There have been 109 that have gone to the ballot. Trust for Public Land has worked on 45 that passed, so about half of the measures that passed we worked on. And again, the overall win rate is 84%. Our win rate is over 90%. I personally have a win rate of 94%. So I'm very proud of that, and very proud that I'm not going to lead you to the ballot if it doesn't look like it's a good idea for Citrus County. Next slide. These are the counties, the ones in darker green, that currently have voter authorized funding for land conservation. And so you can see a lot in this region. It's not called the Nature Coast for nothing, but as you go further north, I will say there's a correlation in terms of growth rate. The faster a community is growing, the more the citizens are concerned about the impacts that they're seeing, and more they want to see land protected. The ones shown in blue are considering reauthorizations this year, so they've had funding in place and they're looking at going back to the ballot. We have, as with Citrus, you wrote a letter asking for our technical assistance. We are currently working with 10 counties in Florida under a similar letter of the 67. The ones in orange are the ones that we worked with last election cycle, all of which passed. Next slide. So the key ingredients, and you've heard Ramesh talk about the most important one from my view, is engaging the community and making sure that you're listening to your voters. There needs to be a demonstrated need. As I said, these tend to pass more in places where the growth level is high. If there's no demand for protection of natural areas or for new parks, then obviously you don't need to do this. But it does need to be including the direction of the elected leadership. This really only moves forward if it's a priority for you as the county commission, and we've already heard that you have a lot of other competing priorities right now, so it may or may not be the right time. All of these go down ultimately into the ballot language. The ballot language should reflect, it's a legally binding limitation on what you can spend the funds on, and it must be clear, it must be legal, it must be ethical. You only have 90 words in the state of Florida to do all of those things, and your county attorney would assist with that, but we like to make sure that those are really reflective of local values. Next slide. So we go through a 5-step process. We're currently, we've finished the first 2 steps. You approve the request for technical assistance and the feasibility research, which you have in your backup. If you wish us to move forward, we will do a public opinion survey that is about ready to go if you're interested in that. And then based on that, we'll make recommendations on the ballot language in the program, which should dovetail with what Ramesh heard in his process. And then we would work with local citizens on a locally, privately funded campaign. We really can't use any county resources for that. It's prohibited by law. And it does need to be driven by local people and the folks who are willing to go out and meet with neighborhood associations, church picnics, Rotary clubs, the whole 9 yards. Next slide. This is the request for technical assistance you provided. Again, we have been working through this, and it is funded through private funding. Next slide. This is just a list of the types of things that we look at in the feasibility report. Again, that is in your backup, which is on the county website. Next slide. This is the table I was referencing earlier. So the sales taxes here in Florida, the largest number of counties have a 1% sales tax. There's a decent set, including Marion, that has a 1.5% sales tax. There's 7 that have a 0.5-cent sales tax. Just Hamilton has a 2% sales tax, and Citrus and Collier are at no sales tax. Next slide. One of the things to kind of understand under state law is that sales taxes is shared with your municipal governments under a formula. And so here in Citrus County, if there were a 1% sales tax approved, the county gets 93.3% of that. Crystal River gets about 2%, and Inverness gets 4.63%. You can see those numbers. It adds up to about $25.2 million total. Next slide. This is a little bit of a complicated slide, but I want to pause on it for just a moment because it is one of the reasons that counties do sales taxes, is that a portion of the sales tax is paid for by non-residents. And the way that our research staff comes up with that number is they look at the average household income here in Citrus County, which turns out to be $54,447. That's a census number. And then on average across the United States, people spend about 22% of their household income on items that are taxable. And obviously groceries aren't taxable, medicines aren't taxable, services aren't taxable, but everything else pretty much that we buy is taxable. So that 22%, you take that number and then you take the number coming out of Tallahassee in terms of your total revenue. And according to that analysis, about 33% of the revenue coming in from your sales tax is from residents of Citrus County. Now, that doesn't include businesses that have to spend money, or churches or other nonprofits that spend money and don't have their certificate with them to get that exemption. But your typical resident pays for about, it costs about $120 a year if you were to do a 1% sales tax. Obviously, a 0.5% is half of that. And raises half of that. So that's kind of one of the many reasons that counties look at relying on sales taxes, because when someone comes to visit and goes to swim with the manatees or whatever they're doing here, and they buy something at the store, they're leaving some money behind, and you can use that for your roads, for other capital needs, which could include land conservation. Next slide. You can obviously also do a millage increase. You already heard the challenges around your millage increase, and so that may not be the right choice, especially as the legislators in Tallahassee are making decisions about how to handle that. But that number is provided here too. A quarter mill with your $15.9 billion taxable value leads to about close to $4 million a year. So that kind of meshes with the numbers that you heard earlier. And if you do a millage increase, you can also issue bonds if you choose to. Next slide. I want to talk just briefly about the polling. I know there were some questions and comments about that last time. We always use public opinion pollsters that are professional. They call people at home. So to Commissioner Barrett's question about public participation. They are calling people at home. We're not relying on folks showing up. And so we work to complete a representative sample of Citrus County residents. This is actually the polling we did for Clay County. And what I want to point out is that we start with the as close as we can get to the ballot language. That polled at 56% in Clay County. When we told them the cost, it actually went up. They said, oh, that's a modest enough cost. It went to 62%. When we talked about the positives and the benefits that accrue if you do this, it went to 75%. And then when we talked about the negatives, this is a government program. It costs money. You have to trust your county government to do it well. Then it went back down to 62%. There was no negative campaign in Clay County. It was entirely positive, and Clay is one of the most conservative counties in Florida. In fact, some of the legislators sent out mail with their own faces on it saying you should vote for this, and the ultimate result was 72.93%. So that kind of mimics that 75% that people heard the positives. They didn't hear a lot of negatives, but that just shows sort of the accuracy of our polling. We've done several hundred polls this election cycle alone. We'll probably do 40 polls, and we keep a database of how the data that we gather compares to the ultimate election results, and so we're able to track the accuracy of the polling that we do. Next slide. This is the actual language that went to the ballot in Clay County. It was, and they too worked with North Florida Land Trust, but they focused on water quality, wildlife habitat, forests, and farms. I won't read that to you, but it really, this was very close to what we polled. And again, it passed with 73%. Next slide. This was just in 2024. I also shared, and we didn't happen to work with Seminole County, but this is, I think, pretty solid ballot language for a sales tax, and so I thought I would share it with you. This I'll go ahead and read it for those who have eyes like mine, that it is hard to read. It says referendum on extension of existing infrastructure sales surtax. So this was an extension, it was not a brand new tax. But for the purpose of improving local schools, reducing traffic, improving parks and recreational opportunities, reducing flooding, purchasing environmentally sensitive lands, and improving public safety, shall Seminole County renew the existing 1 cent sales tax surtax paid by visitors and residents. So they pointed out that fact that visitors are paying for a chunk of it until December 31st, 2034, with all the dollars kept in Seminole County. So that passed with 73%, and this was again just in 2024. Next slide. So again, we really encourage accountability measures, having annual independent audits, making sure you have the citizen oversight that Ramesh talked about. We try to keep the fiscal impact as low as possible, and the levy relatively low, like on the order of 10 years. Next slide. These do normally go to large November elections. And then, as I said, if there is a campaign, it must be entirely privately funded. There is usually pretty strong business community support, particularly if there are roads involved in the process. But we normally get chamber support for conservation as well. People realize that people want to come to places like Citrus County because of the beautiful natural area, and that's important to your business climate as well. Next slide. Everyone has a role to play. The county staff is most constrained. If a referendum goes to the ballot, they need to remain very neutral. You all, as elected officials, do have your First Amendment rights, but you need to basically keep it sort of similar to the way you keep your campaigns, that you don't use any county resources, you don't hold meetings in county buildings, you don't do any copying on a county copying machine or anything like that. It really should be led by local citizens, a local citizens committee. And all of the funding must be disclosed through a political committee that must be registered with your supervisor of elections. Next slide. The key date I want to point out to you in the schedule, which is in your handout, if you wanted to do a sales tax, and I know that you had already looked at a roads-only sales tax, and we would like to examine that more detailed for you versus roads plus conservation and or any other capital needs that you wish to identify. But the key date for that, if you wish to do that, you have to send your documents on it to Tallahassee, to OPAGA by the 7th of May. So that's a pretty important deadline to focus on. If you wanted to consider a bond, there are later deadlines, more like July. Obviously, 2028 is also an option. And so if you say, hey, interesting, but there are too many moving, shifting sands right now. Let's look at next election cycle. That is obviously an option for you as well. Next slide. Finally, we're very proud of our work. We're proud of the broad and bipartisan nature of it. In 2014, we worked on Amendment 1, which was dedicating 1/3 of the state's documentary stamp tax. That's the funding source that funds the Rural and Family Lands, Florida Forever, Florida Communities Trust, and other state programs, which passed with 75%. And again, Citrus was a very strong return on that as well. Next slide. So that concludes what I had to share. I did want to introduce, I have a new colleague, Casey Bauer. Casey is from Tampa. He worked most recently with the Tampa Bay Downtown Partnership, so he has a good experience with local government, and I'm really excited to have him on board. So I'm happy to take any questions. I'm sure Ramesh would be happy to take any questions too, and thank you for your patience, Chair Finnegan.
Oh, thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation, Board. Commissioner Davis?
What's the updated timeline? This one is an old timeline, so when, if the study starts later this week?
Yeah, we're actually, as soon as we have clarity on your capital needs and as close as we can get with your attorney's nod on the ballot language, we can go into the field as soon as Thursday is our goal. The key deadlines have not changed. Those are legal deadlines, and so that
Yes.
May 7th is still the deadline that you're working against if you wish to do a sales tax for any purpose.
And did you get everything you need from the commissioners?
I got a lot of input that was
I can't
all very useful, but not necessarily aligned. Does that sound like a good summary, Steve?
No comment.
Yeah, everyone had great input, but what I really would love some clarity. My understanding, and I'll just go ahead and tell you what I understand. You definitely do want to consider a transportation-only sales tax. What is a little less clear is it just pavement management system, or is it pavement management system with broader, safety projects or other types of projects, intersection improvements, different types of things. And then the other alternative would likely be mostly still transportation and perhaps a modest percentage that could go into conservation. If you have guidance on that, that would be super helpful. We've talked about some of your other capital needs, but with $25 million a year max, you have to sort of, same kind of discussion you just had about your budget, is you have to sort of figure out what are your most critical needs and let other things go.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I'd like to see pavement management only versus pavement management and some degree of conservation. I don't know, I could pick a number out of the air, but I don't know what's a good number there. But I think those are the two that need to be pulled at 1 cent, as we talked about, or 1%, like we talked about yesterday.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, number one, I didn't meet with you.
You did.
Okay.
You did. We met on Zoom about last week.
Oh,
Yes.
That's you.
Believe me, I don't do Zoom very often. And that was, okay, so yeah, I did meet with you. Then you should have understand, we are one county that has never passed a 1 cent local discretionary sales tax, okay? Never, ever, ever, okay? These others that you've worked with, they had a tax, and yeah, most counties, they just don't even look at the ballot and, big deal, they put their 1 cent back in because they've been paying it. Okay.
We work on a number of brand new taxes, just so you know.
Well, the ones that you've got in here, that renewed them, they already had a tax.
A lot of them are brand new. I've worked on many brand new sales taxes, Chair, through the Chair, Commissioner
Well,
Barrick.
for all the years I've been coming to these meetings, there's only been 2 counties that have never had the discretionary, okay? And I've been coming to meetings since 2010. So you must have been working on these a long time.
21 years.
Okay, well, see, this is it. You and I are in the same field, okay. I agree with Commissioner Kennard. We need to focus. We tried the other year, and it said, it was the 1 cent sales tax, and it was for roads and other things. And anybody can remember, it went down in flames because and other things was not what the people wanted. One thing, and we do need roads done. If Tallahassee cuts off our and our way to catch funds from the citizens, this 1 cent is gonna be one of the best ways to us actually be able to do something for the citizens with not just our money, but visitors' money. And that's the thing, we're trying to get somebody to help us here. So I agree with Commissioner Kennard, one focus. So to me, I will not agree for this at all.
Commissioner Davis.
I concur with Commissioner Kennard, and you had said something to me in one of our conversations about X number would be enough to make a difference in Citrus County for conservation. What number was that? Was it like a
I
million?
want to ask Ramesh to kind of weigh in on what a reasonable annual allocation to kind of make a difference, because he's really looked more detailed at your.
Because I definitely want to get a land trust started where people are actually making donations to augment that. So I would be looking for maybe grant match funding to get ag and corridors going, because we can get a lot more bang for our buck and then raise money elsewhere.
Yeah, Commissioner Finnegan, Commissioner Davis, doing real estate in this part of the state, you have to look at what property values are going for and figure out how many acres you want to. So I think in the report I said, to make up your deficit in terms of your local percentage, you want to get to about 5,000 acres. So, if you want to look at raw land and figure what raw land is per acre in this county, you probably know that number way better than I do, times 5,000 acres. And okay, most of that's going to be probably ag land. Even your drinking water land is probably pasture. So if you need 25% of that to attract the state money, that's the math I would do. So if you want to give me the average per acre number for raw land in Citrus County, we could probably back into a total you want to raise. But I would expect it to be in sort of the $5 to $10, $15 million range, not more than that.
Well,
that leaves
that's
you
gonna,
some for
I don't think we're gonna do that level of percentage because
No.
our roads need paving badly.
Yes, agreed, agreed.
Yeah, it's ultimately a policy decision. I mean, if you wanted to say 10%, 5%, 7.5%, we'll work with whatever number you think is reasonable based on your understanding of your own community.
If you do 2 questions, can you have a variable on the second question on the percentage?
We normally do ask a question as to whether or not people think that it makes sense in terms of their, what their fiscal impact is, and then in terms of what can be accomplished, yes.
Okay. And you probably need an answer on the number of years from us? Some sort of consensus?
I think I was operating under the assumption of 10.
I'm good with 10.
Yes.
I was looking at 4 for our referendum. Give the people a chance for us to prove that we are going to use it for what it's for, and then bring it back in 4 years. I wasn't under a 10.
We can test whichever number there's consensus for.
The only problem, the only problem I think with the 4 is year one, you're collecting, so no extra money going. Year 2, maybe you're starting to get started because now you've collected the money. Year 3, you have some money, but now year 3, you're already asking to be back on the ballot in year 4. So I don't know that citizens will see much of a
10 is for bonding too.
10 is for bonding. I do not want it bonded. I want it to be, we asked the people for the money, they said yes, they gave it to us, and we showed them we could spend it responsibly, and then in 4 years, we asked for another 4 years. If after 8 years we've done what they asked, then we get 10 and then we bond. But I want to show a track record to our citizens. And that's why I've been saying 4 years all along, not 10.
Or not 8?
No.
Then you don't bond.
No, I don't want to bond.
Okay.
10 years.
10.
Looks
You
like the
have consensus.
consensus is 10, although I'm a little shocked with Commissioner Davis because I was sure that you would want some conservation. You all know where I stand. I don't think it's passing, but I said to Ms. Pegeen yesterday that if there's any chance that it might, I would agree there would need to be some sort of a conservation attached to it, but I must be thinking differently than.
May I clarify?
I want to clarify because I don't want to walk out of here with us having a different understanding. What we were proposing is we'll look at just roads, and then we'll look at option B, which would be, and I think to be clear, pavement management system. And then option B would be pavement management system plus some small percentage for conservation. And we'll bring you the data for both. And if it's stronger for roads only, that may be what you choose to do. That is not a trust for public land priority. I mean, you could stick trails in it and make it a trust for public land priority. But if it's just roads, good luck, Godspeed. If it's roads plus conservation, we're with you through election night. Is that clear?
Crystal clear. Thank you.
May I clarify what your thoughts were on my opinions?
Yes, please.
I have said this all along. I want to do what the voters want. And if they want all roads, then it is all roads. And I made sure that I had clarity on all of this process with Begin before she got involved here.
Okay, I thought she was asking what their organization would poll the people, and what I heard from you all was just roads.
No, I
So
said.
we'll pull that,
no.
and then we'll also pull roads plus conservation. And just so you know, we could theoretically pull other capital uses, and we may, looking if there's something else out there that would pop up, but we're not going to insert that into the ballot language. We're going to ask other uses later, if that makes sense.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. When Commissioner Kennard was talking, I got the first part of what he said. I did not catch the second part. I think your discussion kind of clarified that for me. But can you say again, I'm sorry, what you said the first time? Pavement management only, and then I got nothing.
I'm looking for you to help you. There you are.
There we go, thank you. Pavement management versus pavement management with a small portion for conservation. A 1% sales tax for 10 years.
So when you
Madam Chair. When he's done, I've got a clarity point.
Yes, I'm waiting for it to try to help Zisa. So I'm supposed to scroll for your names and I can help, but I can't seem to scroll on this little machine, so.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Okay.
So somewhere in the discussion, though, then that turned to a percentage for conservation.
The polling should be all pavement management versus pavement management and a small percentage for conservation.
Now, yes, you've clarified it for me. I think you just confused her more.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying, because Ms. Hanrahan has asked me to look at two separate ballot language options. And when I looked at it, my response was, I can look at it for legal sufficiency, but in terms of the substantive questions that are being asked, that's up to y'all. I'm not gonna insert myself in knowing what y'all want. So the second option of ballot language included a whole lot of other things. And I'm hearing from y'all that you don't want those whole lot of other things.
Correct.
And we had looked at a specific ballot language, and if I can read it to you all, and that's what Ms. Hanrahan is asking me to say yes or no to.
I think if it contains anything other than a pavement management system and a small percentage of conservation, take the rest out.
Wait, your mic's not on, I'm sorry.
Is that it? We had initially included some public safety and other types of uses. I will say, and you got a dissertation on this from your budget director earlier, that is one of the uses that no matter what will not be cut in the property tax. And so that argues against including it in a sales tax from a management perspective.
I think if we're going to try and get to public polling by Thursday, we need to simplify it. It's either all pavement management or mostly pavement management and a little bit of conservation, and we see what the data comes back at.
Commissioner Davis?
I'm sorry if I'm just trying to get clarification. So the words, am I gonna say pavement management?
Let me weigh in first, if you don't mind, because I have something else on this. Is that okay?
Sure.
a lot of the ballot language I've seen that you've used has been more descriptive. Pavement management is not descriptive as to how it makes our residents' lives better, including ours, because we all get stuck in traffic too. So one that was suggested to me was to repair and improve county roads and transportation infrastructure, safeguard drinking water sources, which goes back to land conservation, reduce flooding, preserve family farms and working lands, and support sustainable growth, shall Citrus County levy a 1 cent infrastructure sales tax for 10 years with additional independent audits and public oversight. So pavement management, the engineers that work for us all, got very technical about exactly what it was going to be used for. And so somehow we came up with the term pavement management, but it doesn't say that, hey, you're not going to get stuck in traffic like crazy and you're not going to be dodging potholes, which is really what the referendum language needs to say to really get it down to how it's going to change all of our lives. Dismounting. This is why I didn't use this when I was chair. This thing is so goofy.
Thank you, thank you. So I'm going to approve substantively whatever y'all come up with. This isn't up to me. So the one that we had, yes, we hammered it out at our meeting, and it says pavement management program for publicly owned and maintained paved roads by levying. So if you want me to change that to say pavement management program for publicly owned and maintained paved roads and a small percentage towards conservation or a small amount towards conservation, I'll put in whatever words y'all want. But I that's what we hammered out before.
We have the expert up here, so what?
And she asked me.
Right, but
So
but she knows what passes, and or we're testing the same thing that would nominally go on a ballot, correct?
You all, in the interest of time, because I feel like we're intruding on your citizens' time in particular, if you all give direction that you want to do pavement management and land conservation, 5%, 10%, I can work with Ms. Lynn. I will provide her all of the prior examples in Florida for one or both of those things, and we'll hammer something out. Is that okay? If just we get the direction on the purposes of the funds.
as long as they're specific on what they want to be in the ballot language, because I'm not, that's
Well,
not.
Today
I
it's not
can-
going to
okay.
be final at all.
If I can finish. So I can only look at it from legal sufficiency. You are the policymaker, so I'm not going to insert my ideas about what y'all want. So if it's 5%, 10%, or a percentage, that's just what I need from you, and then we can make it work.
Anybody have a number?
Commissioner Barrick?
As I read through things, okay, a pavement management program, I wanted to add to construct, build, or maintain residential roads only in Citrus County. In other words, that's the wording I wanted added in. And if we want to go with the percentage for the lady to go out and get us our information, I think 1% is plenty. We're looking at $12 million. 1% is enough. Because if we stop selling off our lands that we have to builders, we shouldn't have to use more than 1% because we own the land and we don't need to sell it.
5%.
I'm good with 5 and then testing 10 if it goes that way.
All right, pavement management system and 5%. If that's what the majority of you want.
Did Commissioner Bays?
I haven't heard from Commissioner Bays.
Okay. Well, we'll have to ask her afterwards.
But there's at least 3 of you?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time, and
Oh,
thank you
for
to the
yours.
patience of your citizens.
Thank you.
Great job, Peggy.
Okay, now this is going, before we get to regular business, it's going to be back to open to the public. You know what? You guys look like you're a little bit stirring. Anybody that wants to take the next 10 seconds, I will do it with you. Stand up, stretch. Some of you may want to do that. You've been dying to do that, but you're not because, thank you. Yeah, stretch, raise your arms. It's a long day. Everybody knows it. People have been dying to get out of their seats, probably don't want to lose their seat. Stand up 10 seconds. Do what you need to do. It's good and healthy for the blood flow. We good? We're going to start open to the public with Mr. Hoying, since I had to have him sit down. It's a good idea, right? Mike Bates, do you need to stretch? Oh, now I've made everybody unruly. Okay, let's get back. Let's get back sitting. Okay, thank you. I think everybody needed that. Okay, there is a number system. We haven't been using that. I assume you guys lined up in numbers, but when we come to the bulk, we'll see where our numbers are. I may start calling out numbers. Just curious, Mr. Hoying, what number are you on your green card? 21. Okay. You have the floor, 3 minutes.
Okay, my mind's a little numb after all that. My name's Greg Hoying. I come from Floral City, but specifically today, I'm representing the people of Withlapopka Island. For some time now, everybody's been complaining about the egress and access of Gobbler Avenue off of Route 41. And they've wanted the traffic light there forever. Now, understand, this is the only access point from Withlapopka Island towards Citrus proper, okay? But it has been so difficult to get out, especially turning left, that people are opting to go down Old Floral City Road, which sometimes creates a bottleneck at Orange Avenue. Now, understand, too, that Old Floral City Road is only 20 feet wide, which is a substandard width compared to 25 feet for a secondary road. So that creates a problem in itself. So what I'm presenting you today is a petition signed by about 350 people, mostly from Withlapopka, but also people who are accessing businesses that are on the Withlapopka Island. Again, we've wanted this for some time, and this problem is it's further problematic because of there's a lot of motorcyclists and sports cars that are using Withlapopka and Gobbler because of its curvy nature. Now, I don't have a problem with that, but it's creating a further bottleneck. Now, I understand, too, that State Route 41 is a state route and it requires a state protocol, so I'm not going to try to tell you how to fix this problem. All I'm doing is asking you, as commissioners, to help us solve it. So with that, here, I'm going to give this to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have copies for all commissioners in that?
That is just the petitions themselves. I
Okay.
did not make copies, so you'll have to do that.
Madam Clerk, after you log that, maybe Reese can do that and then decide what we want to do. And I do want to remind you that I did ask about that some
Yes,
time ago.
and I
reached out
appreciate that, Commissioner Finnegan, and you also kept me in the loop. And I also spoke to the county manager about this, so he's aware of it.
Well, I will get the petitions and see what else can happen.
Thank you very
I'm very familiar
much.
with that area. Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Bass.
I have brought this up, and Walt's worked on it through the state to see what can be done. So somebody had reached out to me. I don't remember who it was. I was trying to find it, but I ran it through Carl and Walt, and because it is a state road, they've done traffic studies and have indicated to me that it didn't warrant a light at this point. So
Same, and I think people just reach out, like everyone knows that I like grew up right around there, so I think people have reached out. But yeah, it seems like we've gotten the same answer.
Well, we've also asked many of the businesses around there what their input would be, and they all agree it's a problem and it needs to be fixed, especially since there's a gas station right there at the corner.
Well, it seems like you've got a lot of voices. We'll see what we can do.
Okay, and this was taken just within a 2-week period in February. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Next speaker, please. Hi there.
Good afternoon. How you doing? My name's Craig McCurdy. I live in the Citrus Hills area. The Chronicle reports on animal hoarding cases in this county all too often, and resulting in an influx of animals into the shelter. My wife Mary and I, along with some very dedicated volunteers, coordinated a rescue effort from an animal hoarding situation in Falls City that involved over 100 cats several years ago. This particular case was through a nonprofit rescue and did not involve the shelter. These situations can be emotionally and physically stressful and logistically challenging. The current animal shelter is not designed to handle surges in population due to hoarding cases and must accommodate this in addition to the numerous abandoned and surrendered animals that they already house and provide care for on a daily basis. The greeting areas desperately need updating to be more inviting and to facilitate timely adoptions. I know that the construction costs may appear excessive, but if you match this to recent comparable animal projects, the costs are very similar, if not lower. Based on a quick internet search, the Marion County Animal Shelter has a budget of a little over $30 million for a 37,000 square foot facility, putting the cost at $804 per square foot. Clay County has a 33,000 square foot facility costing $2.1 million, which comes to $651 a square foot. The Citrus County shelter comes in at less than $560 a square foot, or $615 per square foot if you add the 10% contingency. This cost is actually lower than the other two projects. 13 companies submitted competitive bids, and the lowest is being presented. It is impressive that so many companies participated. Competition makes everyone sharpen their pencils and submit their best offer, ensuring that the taxpayers get the best value. You can be confident that if another company felt that they could build the shelter at a lower cost, they would have submitted a lower bid. There were significant donations totaling around $4 million, excluding the $500,000 pledge by Dr. Masula. The other two animal shelter projects mentioned received significant donations from corporate and nonprofit sponsors. Clay County also set up a donor wall to be displayed in the new facility to encourage donations and to recognize donors. I expected additional donations and fundraising once the project is approved. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Mary McCurdy, the better half of the last speaker. I'm the emotional person in the family, so my approach to this topic is slightly different. I've been a resident here since 2003. I retired as a teacher at LeCanto Primary School, very proud of that. And all my adult life, my two greatest passions in life have been the safety and well-being and happiness of children and animals. They are God's most innocent beings. Today I'm here to speak for those, and I'm getting emotional, who don't have a voice. The animals are simply precious animals, and they have unconditional love that they just want to give and to receive. So I think we should all agree that the animals deserve the very best we can give them. The new Citrus County shelter has been put on the back burner for far too long. It is time to move forward, approve the plans, and give these sweet fur babies what they need. A modern, spacious shelter where they can live comfortably until they can find a new forever home with a loving family. Please be mindful when you vote that every single animal in our shelter is there because of a human who often is irresponsible, ignorant, and yes, extremely cruel in certain cases. Therefore, we as decent, caring, and kind humans should make this right for them. I want to thank the commissioners who in the past and present have continued to support the new shelter project and plans. And a huge thank you to Ruthie Schleybaugh for her ground roots efforts to get this project going through. To me, she is a hero. To those who have voted against the new shelter plans, I'm asking you to think with your heart and vote yes, so we can finally move forward and provide these innocent animals with what they deserve. It's time to prioritize innocent lives of animals over the cost of new roads and other similar projects. If you are questioning a yes vote, I encourage you, go to the shelter, look deep into those animals' eyes, and listen to their cries for love. And if you can say no to that, I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Commissioners, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Attorney, Administrator, and Clerk. A couple of quick things. When you're talking about holding the constitutionals to 2.8%, I just didn't want y'all to box yourselves in because the sheriff is coming forward with his pay study. And I think to say that universally, you may not have realized that. But I would advocate that you keep an open mind on his guys because that's really expensive when you have attrition in that agency. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I don't think anybody here would be upset if y'all voted to take E9 out of order. There's a lot of people waiting, and I think it'd be a very popular move on your parts.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me, just one moment, please. Mr. Wooten, could you please come back to the microphone and just say your name into the record? She didn't get it. Sorry.
Josh Wooten, and I was speaking as an individual on those two items.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam Chairman and Commissioners, it's Sandra Moylan, and I'm speaking for myself as now, and I want to keep it short because everyone's saying a lot of the same things. But as noted in yesterday's Chronicle, it's been more than 10 years since this discussion of rebuilding the county animal shelter. At that time, the estimated cost was $13 million. As being presented, the current contract will be $20 million or more. It is time for the commissioners to make a final decision and begin this construction. For far too many years, the animals and the people who work there and volunteer have had no heat, and this winter, as you know, is in the 30s and 40s. They have no air conditioning, and the summers in Citrus County can be up in the 80s, 90s, and higher. One commissioner has stated she would like to see the current shelter be renovated. What would be the cost to meet all the current building, electrical, HVAC, plumbing, etc. codes? Even after this, there's still not enough room for all the animals at the shelter. Many times our residents are being told the shelter cannot accept any animal being surrendered or found in unsafe conditions, sick, hit by a car, or whatever, because they do not have the ability to house them. They often tell residents to call other rescues, most of whom are nonprofits and have no employees and have only volunteers working, when they do not have the space nor volunteers themselves. The shelter has many times over in the past stopped providing spay, neuter, and TNR, which, as you know, is trap, neuter, and release services due to the lack of staff and or other resources. Therefore, the new shelter should be able to provide surgical services for not only spay and neuter, but also any other surgical needs, emergency needs of the animals brought to them. All services are to be provided by the shelter to all Citrus County residents, as it is our only public shelter with paid and volunteer employees. Please do not nickel and dime this project. We need a modern, clean, and temperature-controlled building that's safe for all the animals. Also needed are surgical services and equipment that will be used on all animals when needed. We all know feasibility studies have been completed, and it is now time to begin the building process. Please do not keep kicking this can down the road, to use a very old cliche. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I so appreciate your passion. This is going to take until 10 o'clock tonight if we clap between every speaker. We understand why you're here. Let people speak and let's just keep moving this through, okay? Thank you. I do understand.
I get the sense if there is no one here for open to the public except for the animal shelter, we could just go right to that item.
Are you here? I think we have people that want to speak on other things.
Well, of course, but invite them to come up and then we can jump to E9.
Can you give me 1 second? Okay, board, Commissioner Davis is suggesting that we ask people to limit right now open to the public to everything except for the animal shelter if we move E9 forward. What would you like to do?
Please, you have my consensus.
It's faster, guys.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, thank you for the comments about the animal shelter. If you wouldn't mind, save those. Let people talk about anything else, and then we'll move straight into E9. Fair? Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Russ Campbell, Crystal River. Thank you for having me and opening this to the public. Just want to bring up the last Library Advisory Board meeting. At the beginning of it, we had nominations for a new chair. The chair at that, or the acting chair, Mr. Strickland, presided over the nominations. I believe this did violate Robert's rules, and we did not have a chance to vote on closing nominations, and there was only one nomination made, and I did not have a chance to voice my opinion on a nomination. The vote was ran through very quickly. So I do request or want to bring to light that this needs to be looked into. I did email Mr. Chang along with Mr. Eric Head to look into the matter with the possible violation of Robert's rules during that proceeding. I also did mention that the policies that are coming forward, Mr. Kennard, that you put forward, and with what Mr. Chang is looking into, I would like to make sure that as the Library Advisory Board, that we do get to see those and we get to make sure that if we can add any input into that. So I want to just bring that up to you guys. Thank you for your time. Have a good one.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I see someone filling in a card. We have movement.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is John Labriola. I live in Inverness, and I've been out of town for the last couple of months. I've been in Tallahassee, so I missed the hubbub. At the last Library Advisory Board meeting, the Chairman, Justin Strickland, used the opportunity to launch a personal attack on me. He made a number of false statements, which I will not get into the trouble of refuting here, because I don't think that's important. What I do think is important is that using his platform using his position as chairman as a platform to attack a blogger who wasn't there to respond showed both cowardice and a lack of professionalism. And I think that's something that the board should look at when it comes time to deciding who should sit in that position next year. But Mr. Strickland is angry at me because as a blogger, I've covered his mishandling of the Charlie Kirk book display issue, and he's also angry about the flack that he's gotten for it. But the public meltdown that he had, I think, abuses the position that this board has given him. I just wanted to address specifically the issue of the book display policy that you're working on, because I think it illustrates how it needs to be even-handed. We do have the library system has a number of book displays in various times of the year that have political figures that are either that are featured as writers or as topics of these books, including during the week of Martin Luther King's birthday. A number of books feature him either as a writer or as a topic of the book. And that's in January. And then in Black History Month, we have a number of Black political figures. And then, of course, in March, we have female political figures as well. Now, if the policy that you're working on is going to say no political figures should be in those displays, I think it needs to be even-handed. And we either need to get rid of all these displays, or we need to look at how we're engaging in viewpoint discrimination or even possibly DEI, because if you're going to say that Charlie Kirk, who doesn't deserve a book display because he's neither female nor black, that I think that gets into a serious issue of concern, because as you may know, I don't know if you know this, but the legislature up in Tallahassee is passing a bill to ban DEI in local government. And that would clearly be a violation of that. Any citizen, the bill says any citizen of the county can sue if there is an actual violation of that act, and then the board that's responsible is either guilty of misfeasance or malfeasance. So it's something I think that needs to be in your final policy through the chair, Mr. Kennard, that if we are going to do that, it needs to be even-handed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Clay Scheider, and I appreciate you having me and let me have a moment to speak. I'm here to speak about the opportunity for the county to charge a fee to commercial operations to use the public boat ramps. I own a charter company in Crystal River called Hingham High Sport Fishing, as well as a private marina, Shrimp Landing. So my operation does use the boat ramps. But with that regard, the fee would be slated toward the operations that are actually conducting commerce off of the docks. So that would be picking up passengers, taking passengers from there to an experience of any kind. I think that the fee would be a really good idea. A permit system would minimize some congestion at the boat ramps, not having, quote, customers parked at the boat ramps, but allowing people to launch their boat, pick up customers from a commercial dock somewhere would be great, and those would be exempt from this fee. But obviously, we would like to see some sort of permit system in relation to how many operations can use the boat ramp to actually conduct commerce on county property. I think that there's a lot of different examples of this, such as Sarasota County has just kind of went through with a program very similar to this. I think it's something that will help the tourism in Crystal River from the standpoint of tourists, and will have more room and more opportunity to use our public resources, such as boat ramps. They won't be clogged up with so much other traffic. But I would just like to implore you to consider it as a quality option to help maintain the county's ability to get people on the water in an easy, safe way.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about that under Commissioner Kennard's item. He may not be able to wait that long. Sir, yeah, did you fill out a green card? The clerk needs that, if you could hand that to her. Anyone else regular open to the public other than animal shelter before we move into animal shelter? Last chance. Okay, I'm closing open to the public. Does the board have anything to say about that before we move to E9? Commissioner Barrick.
A lot of people don't listen when I say things, but you need to listen to this. I have always said the library displays.
Oh, I don't know. Barrick. Try now.
Okay, a lot of people need to listen. I have always said library displays need to display what's going on in our county by our students and get everything else out of there. And if that's, if you keep this political, it's gonna be a lot of hassle. And I'm sorry, but we need to change the policy as to what gets displayed, and it should be promoting things going on in our county, stuff that's going on in Inverness, stuff that's going on in Homosassa, stuff that's going on in Crystal River, or our students and what they're doing in school, because it's our public library, and that's what we should promote, and that's what I have promoted for, I'm not going to tell you how many years.
Anyone else? Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, real quick, I'll talk more about my agenda item when we get to that point in the agenda, but there's actually 6 counties, coastal counties, that have implemented different systems. Sarasota, I believe, is the most recent and probably the most thorough program, but all we're going to have today is a discussion and hopefully get some consensus to give staff direction to start looking into this. So I'll talk more about that when we get there. Greg, I don't see him still in the audience. He brought forth the petitions for getting a traffic light at Gobbler on 41. This board is not going to be able to get that done, but I would encourage you to start attending the MPO meetings. I don't know, are y'all meeting up here or in Hernando County now?
Brooksville.
Okay. Make time to get down to the MPO meetings. You've got DOT representatives right there. That's a great time to get up during public input and start having these conversations. Then you're talking right to the people who will make that decision about a state road. And it may not, it may be that you don't necessarily get a traffic light, but they can look at their SIS fund, which has an awful lot of money in it for statewide traffic infrastructure, and they might be able to make some intersection improvements there that help ingress and egress from Gobbler to and from 41. So that would be where I would direct my efforts, is getting to that MPO meeting.
Great advice. Anyone else?
I'm just going to concur with Commissioner Kennard, and I'm ready to make a motion on E9 when you're ready.
Moving to E9.
Motion to approve E9, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. I wonder if there'll be any public comment. Anyone from the public? You want to try the numbers? Number 1, if you have a green card with number 1. And then if number 2 wants to go have a seat in the chair. Number 1? You did. Well, I'll just keep calling numbers till we hit the next one. Number 2? You get the idea, right? If number 2's here, number 3 sits in the chair, we'll keep it moving. Well, I don't know that they were in order. Number 3? I'm already done. Number 4? Here we go. Number 5, get ready. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Anthus. I'm a resident of Hernando. I'm exempt from disclosure of address. I'm here today to support the animal control shelter. The staff you have is fantastic. They work miracles. I heard the term earlier, we kicked the can down the road too long. We've been kicking it so much, we're kicking rocks. I know it's difficult times, but we have to look at what is best for the county in the long haul. Not just the animals, but we have to provide this basic infrastructure. The doctor needs areas that she can handle the medical needs. We need to be able to shelter the animals. Our last time Citrus County was in the national news was about 5 weeks ago, and it was an animal hoarding abuse case. It's news. It's a difficult thing for them to deal with. I just encourage you, please, to do the right thing here today, and let's make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 5? Number 6? Number 8?
Wanda Moak, President of Citrus County Foundation for Animal Protection and long-term volunteer at Citrus County Animal Services. I have photos that I want to reference today. Can I?
There you go.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. Wanda Moak, President of Citrus County Foundation for Animal Protection and long-term volunteer at Citrus County Animal Services. Madam Chair, I have photos that I want to reference today. May I pass those out to the board?
You can give them to the clerk.
Okay.
Does she have a letter on file?
I do have a letter on file. One for Mr. Howard, too, please.
The clerk, do you have that letter on file?
Yes, I just received it.
Okay.
Can the board have the photos as I speak?
Board? Yeah. Do you have an extra one for the clerk? Was there an extra one there?
I do. I made an extra one for the clerk and one for Mr. Howard. The photos that I brought today will show deteriorating infrastructure, cramped conditions at Citrus County Animal Services, extremely poor design, even when it was brand new, not meant for modern animal welfare whatsoever. There's also pictures to show how temporary use is set up in lots of the different areas that it was not intended for. And with all of this going on, I want to say that your staff is doing a phenomenal job, and they just roll with the punches, and they really are giving you something to be proud of. But realistically, the building has outlived its lifespan long ago, and no amount of maintenance and no amount of renovations will fix that. If I can draw your attention to photos 5 and 25, that shows spalling concrete to the level that it's causing very serious structural and infrastructure failure. Photos 6, 7, 9, 10, and 16 show failure of the concrete walls. Many of the photos, 15, 17, 18, 19, 25, 30, and 31, show severely rusted and deteriorated steel. Not just surface rust, but all the way through to the other side. Photos 1, 4, 11, 12, 13, and 14 show deteriorated roof. It's rot, it's moisture. There's one section that has a gap showing daylight through. There's cracked wood. There's stained ceiling tiles above critical areas like surgery and clean linen. If I could draw your attention to photo 41, and that shows the upper kennels. If it's too hot, too cold, or rainy, we have to keep the door closed. And that's what it looks like inside with the door closed. Even with the lights on, it is so dark that you have to turn your flashlight on to see if there's an animal in the kennel, or read a kennel card sometimes. And you can get an idea from that photo how narrow the aisles are. And you have several families of all ages in the aisle. You're trying to walk a dog all the way down the narrow hallway. You've got other kennel dogs right beside you. It is a terrible design. And there's no amount of maintenance that's going to fix that. If I could bring your attention to photos 2 and 3, that shows soffit separation and structural cracking. And most every photo in this packet will show deteriorated flooring system. So I won't even mention those photo numbers. If I could bring your attention to 32 and 33.
Thank you.
That was the 5 minutes.
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair.
Okay, well, you've got your packet. I hope you take a look at it, and thank you so much for your time and for
Commissioner
your work
Bass.
on this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think in the effort of everybody's time here, over the past several years, this board has had many conversations about the current condition of the facility, and the reality is that the building is more than 40 years old. It has significant structural limitations, and it was simply not designed for the level of service our community now expects. I also want to acknowledge the staff and the volunteers who have done an incredible job working in very difficult conditions. They've stretched that facility far beyond what it was ever intended to handle. At the same time, I take very seriously our responsibility to taxpayers. Anytime we're talking about spending $15 million, we need to make sure we're spending and making the right decisions at the right time, and that the investment is justified. Over the past few years, we've worked to secure outside funding and private contributions, including approximately $5 million that's already been raised. That demonstrates that this is just not a government project, it is something our community believes in. Responsible government means maintaining critical public facilities just as we maintain our roads, our parks, and our public safety infrastructure. Delaying necessary infrastructure rarely saves money. In most cases, it simply makes the project more expensive later. After reviewing the information and understanding the condition of the existing facility, I believe moving forward now is the responsible course of action for both the animals in our care and our taxpayers we represent. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the motion. I want to further say that I'm going to encourage the formation of a community-based 501c3 organization similar to the Friends of Citrus County Animal Services. And by making that, or saying that, I'm making a pledge to get that effort started. I will personally commit $1,000 to the organization once it is formed, and I will encourage others in our community who care about this issue to consider doing the same. So I think you have a motion on the floor, you have a second. I've just said that I'm going to support this. If you want to continue to talk, or if you want to take the vote, but you basically have the votes for it now, so.
Well, I'm certainly going to keep letting the public speak.
Well, I know, I'm trying to say that.
Okay, so with that, before I shut down the open to the public, there's people that still want to speak. It's fine, we can do a show of hands, we can do whatever you want, but I'm not going to shut down the public if the public wants to speak. So we are on speaker, Miss Smoke, what number were you? All this, she was 9, I think, right? She was 8, number 9?
Susan Bonard-Bygrave from Hernando, and I just wanted to publicly recognize how hard the staff at the shelter works every day. I've been a volunteer at open admissions animal control county shelters for over 30 years in New Jersey and New Hampshire, and now here in Citrus County. This is by far the most progressive and humane shelter I've ever experienced. It has been recognized and honored with a grant towards a new building facility from the ASPCA. The work they do with this shelter every day is demanding both physically and especially emotionally. Difficult and heartbreaking decisions are frequently made there. The volunteer organization that supports the shelter is extremely dedicated and provides much enrichment for the animals until they are adopted. The current shelter facility is in abysmal condition. The only exception are the beautiful large oak trees that shade the dogs' play areas. However, even those play yards are in serious disrepair and patched together with scraps. It is beyond time that Citrus County approves the new building of a shelter. As the county grows, so will the companion animal population. Please approve the new shelter, which could prove to be a significant community resource, not only for animal control purposes, but expanding some low-cost veterinary clinics and humane education programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to hold our applause. Do you need her green card? Ma'am? Can you give your green card to the clerk, please? Right here. You were she was 9. She was 12. Okay. Next speaker, we'll just go with it. Hello.
I'm prepared for you to go ahead and make the vote. I just wanted to make one point here, is that Focus that you mentioned is not a community partner with the shelter as far as, and I think you should maybe reach out to Director Yarbrough and see who as far as a 501c3 that you would like to go through.
I don't care what it is. I just would like to see a 501c3.
I just wanted to point out that Focus.
And I'm pledging the first $1,000 towards it and just so that
and we'll be right
we
behind
can
you with
continue.
that. So, but like I said, I'm ready for you to vote if. Did you guys want to vote? Did you guys want to speak?
Could you say your name into the record, please?
My name's Karen Hanna. I'm a volunteer at the shelter. I'm also the Vice President of Operations of Citrus County Foundation for Animal Protection.
Thank you.
I think I see something I've never thought I would see, and I can't get my mic to turn on, but I swear I see some tears leaking over there.
Are you finished? I'm sorry. I didn't want to cut you off. You still have time.
No, I mean, I did have some comments, but like I said, I'm ready for you to vote.
Okay. Next speaker, please. Okay, anyone else would like to speak on E9? Okay, I'm closing open to the public. Any board comments? Commissioner Barrick, wait till your mic is red, please. Kat, I'm going to need some help.
I need to turn that off. You just thought I didn't know how to run it. Or bays.
Kat, make them live, please. There you go. Thank you, Kat.
And I'm not lying.
All right. I hear different people, different things, different reasons. We have irresponsible citizens in this county. If we didn't have irresponsible citizens, we would not need an animal shelter. Okay, volunteers are responsible people that give
Xavier,
their time.
excuse me. No, pardon me 1 minute. I'm sorry for the interruption. Everyone has listened patiently, and we would still listen if you wanted to speak. I'm just going to ask for you to have the same respect for those that don't agree with you and for those that do, to hold the applause. Just give everyone your silence, please, and respect. I would thank you. Commissioner Barrick.
All right, so I talked with, I think it was the director of the building, or it was the veterinarian, I'm not sure, because I didn't know the person's name, because I'm not into everybody's names at this point. She said that the animal's average stay is approximately 2 weeks, not months and months and months, okay? And she said most of them get adopted within 2 weeks. Okay, so the only time there was overcrowding, she said, was when we have hoarding cases or abuse cases that, like the gentleman said, are in the newspaper. They're not in the newspaper every day. So we're not overcrowded every day of every week all year long. Okay, the volunteers, there are other places that volunteers in this county are. Meals on Wheels is one, okay? For the Sheriff's Department, that's another one. Okay, everybody has that volunteers. I am very proud of all the volunteers. I volunteer for a lot of things, I always have for years, because that's me. People that volunteer at the animal shelter, yes, you care about the animals. Well, as a responsible person for the county, my job is to watch the dollars and cents that the people have to pay in property taxes. Okay, to say I'm willing to bond money is wrong. That puts the county and the residents on the hook for $15 million for 20 years at 5% interest. Yeah, think about it. $15 million for 5% interest for 20 years. That is what has to be paid before any of the things, that's one of the biggest things we have to have ahead of time when we do money, when we pay bills. It's like you take out a loan. It's like taking out a mortgage. And if you take it out, it's gonna be close to $1 million a year we have to pay for that debt. Now, I have always been a proponent of fixing what we have. We have money, and I think that, and I saw the pictures now, and then I get very disgusted when I see those pictures. I've been out there, but it's more to have the pictures, which is even nicer. And then I say, well, what has the county done over the last 20 years to keep the place up? It is a county building. It is a disgrace to anybody that has ever served up here to allow a building, a county building, to get to this condition. It's not my fault, but I do have to take care of the problem, okay? And it's just one of those things. I looked at the picture and I said, I looked at the picture and there's a couple of surgeons that says that the building, the room is too small. And then I wonder, we only have one paid vet, and then I saw the caption that says we do work with University of Florida. Now, I have not ever gone without having an animal in my house. I love animals. Okay? And it's one of these things. I've been married a long time. I keep telling you that. I'm not young. So the thing is, I have a feeling for animals. I have a feeling for volunteers. But I also have a responsibility. And that's a fiduciary responsibility to every taxpayer, everyone, not just those that volunteer, not just those that have animals. And I would tend to think most of the people in our county have animals. I don't know too many families around my neighborhood that don't have at least a dog or a cat or a bearded dragon. Okay, so there are animals out there, not just dogs and cats. But I know that I'm going to be in the minority of this group, and I'm going to get a lot of people that hate me and say I'm an animal hater. I'm not an animal hater. I am a responsible commissioner who has a fiduciary duty to vote no. And the rest of them can vote however they want.
Let's remember to mind our manners. Thank you, Commissioner Barrick. You want to speak?
I'm ready to vote.
Well, I have some comments. I was just going to go last because that's the right thing to do since I'm the chair. Anyone want? Yes, Commissioner Davis?
I just think Commissioner Bay's doing the donation is great. I did mine by being locked in the kennel. I think I hit 1,000 or a little bit more, and I'm a little tapped out right now, but kudos to Commissioner Bays.
Thank you.
Next time, I think we all need to be locked in the kennel.
Okay, so there's probably some things that I'm going to say that's probably going to make you happy and some that's not going to make you happy. I think I deal with facts, right? The fact is the animal shelter is deplorable. And the fact is it has taken way too long to build. Only 4 years ago, it was touted as a $6 million shelter. 3 years ago, this board gave very clear direction. We were not kicking the can down the road. Clear direction was to have this shelter built all-in cost. It was a $9 million shelter with all-in cost of $12.5 million. Later, numbers were told to us in a public meeting that the numbers were going up. I remember which commissioner said it. A commissioner had said, well, you know, we voted for the 12.5. That's where we needed to get it done. And then that must have fallen on deaf ears. It did not get done. Other facts are some of you are up here saying we need to get it built and they need to stay in air-conditioned spaces. You just need to know that the plan does not have that in it. There is one small area for sick animals that will be conditioned. The majority of the space will not. But I did talk to our Director of Animal Services, and she is the expert, and she said they will be taken care of. There's cooling mats and different things. She can explain it way better. So the animals will be very taken care of. But please don't think, I don't want to hear you screaming about it later, that where they're being sheltered is air-conditioned space. I heard some numbers. I'm not sure where they came from. Staff told me, Commissioner, the amount that we have got the bid from is in line, and they gave some other shelters. So I like to do my own research. I took what they gave me and I did it. And I want to tell you, I understand. And like people up here, if you ever see me out, you probably see me with baby Jack. He is the cutest dog that you have ever seen. I know you all argue that because you have your own. And the attorney knows because I literally bring him everywhere, sometimes to her chagrin. The pet we had before was an animal shelter rescue. The people in this room, I get it. You're in there every day and you're like, I'm sick of it. I don't care if it's $100 million, spend it. I'm going to be honest with you, as chair and then being out in the community a lot lately, there are thousands of people that will tell you, and I go to every meeting and ask, I really want to know what people think. They think at $20 million that we've lost our ever-loving minds. I'm just going to throw that out there. Here is what I want to tell you in the research that I did, and I will give you some numbers. If we build the shelter like it is, and I will tell you what I propose, because I want it, board would like this shelter being built starting this year, not waiting to 2027, this year. What I'm about to tell you, I don't know that it should be started tomorrow, and here's why. We build this will be the most expensive shelter in the state of Florida. Oh, don't applause, and I will tell you why. It will not be the fanciest, it will not be the largest, and here's why it's the most expensive. People will say that Orange County is building the most expensive. They're not. They are building a shelter for $49 million, but the square footage of that is $123,419, state-of-the-art facility at $397 a square foot. Palm Beach County, very foo-foo, state-of-the-art, they're going to spend $48 million. 87,139 square feet, $550 a square foot. Flagler's just proposed at this time, small, 9,500 square feet, but only $2.1 million. Putnam's, the cheapest, I only saw a picture, I could not get the square footage. It's very small, like a metal building, only $890,000. They told me to look at Clay and Marion. Marion County is the second most expensive. Over 37,000 square feet, $28 million, that puts them at $749 a square foot. I looked at Clay County, who's very close in price to us, $21.5 million. They have 32,000 square feet, much larger than what we're trying to build, $672 a square foot. The interesting one, because our shelter is proposed at 24,480 square feet. The next closest in square footage was Miami-Dade. Only $11.5 million, state-of-the-art facility. Close to half the cost, $460 a square foot. Ours, square footage, 24,480 square feet, $20.7 million, $847 a square foot, the most expensive in Florida. I should have brought the big, Eric gave me this big square footage. We paid just shy of $1 million, board, for this to be drawn. The board gave clear direction 3 years ago. Go back to them, get it what we need for the $12.5 million. That wasn't done. And here is the only thing I can wrap my head around, not being an architect or a contractor. They didn't draw a shelter, they drew a complex. So there is a building, there is a clinic, there is a lot of space, and there is where you house the animals, and a smaller place. That will be the conditioned space underneath that. Now, all of those animals need plenty of spaces to play and run. So when you let out the cages, and I understand why those kennels are separate, right? So the animals can come out, they get the daylight, and then there's a lot of area behind them for play. The problem is, I believe with the price, is first building, second building, huge swath of space before that happens. It is very expensive to run electrical wire and plumbing, and then you have all of these extra sidewalks, and then all the sidewalks are covered. All of that space is driving the cost up. There may be other things. Again, I'm not the architect. So what I would like to do is champion the cause. I would like this started before the end of this year. What I would like us to do is pause for only maybe 60 days, maybe 90 days, and hold the feet to the fire of this company that we paid almost $1 million to and say, we want what we want. It's already there. Figure out how to position this better and save us millions of dollars. And when I was asked by staff, well, you know, what if we only save 10%? What if it's 20%? Is that worth taking the time? If we start this year and we could save $2 million, $4 million or more dollars, I do believe it's worth taking. I'm not talking take another year or more. No, I would be against that. Take a few months and get this cost driven back down. We are sitting at not the fanciest, but certainly the most expensive. So board, I would just like to throw that out there and you consider a short pause to get them what they want, but start bringing this cost down because the 20.7 is ridiculous. Yep, I know how you feel. I see some people shaking their head yes, so I know some of you are saying no, but I do feel like there is, 90,000 taxpayers out there that are going to feel much differently, and they would like to save millions of dollars. So I'm going to leave it there, and if no one else has any comments, I'll call the vote. You have a comment? Are you ready for the vote?
I would say a pause is a good idea. And if you want to get a pause, get a lesser price and get us a facility that is usable.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Please, we're about to call the vote, and I need you all just to be silent and give respect to every commissioner.
Now, one thing I do know, the ASPCA gave us money. Where I came from, and I hate to say up north, the ASPCA built the animal shelters, and they maintained the animal shelters. So when they gave us the money with the strings, that was nothing to them. So, for us, it's a great deal, okay? When our representative, or our state senator gave us money, he gave it with strings, but he didn't give it yet until we start building. So the thing is, it's nice to say you're giving money, but you got to be able to give it without strings, without restraint. But if you can do something in 60 or 90 days to have them come back and give us a lot less price than what you're looking at, I would possibly vote yes.
The architect, I feel like, built it in the most expensive way possible, but I'll call the vote, and if it gets denied, I'll make another motion to make sure that it does get built this year. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Nay. Motion carries 3-2. Okay, thank you, everybody. We welcome you to stay. If you are exiting, we have more business. Please exit quietly. Thank you for your participation and for caring enough about the issues to come spend some time at this meeting.
Motion to approve E1, A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E3.
Motion to approve E3, A, B, C, and D.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, animal lovers, we love you. Thank you. Please exit quietly. We are trying to conduct business. Thank you so much. I know you're excited.
Motion to approve E4.
E4, A, and B.
Okay, pause. Commissioner Kennard and Commissioner Bays has green mics. Can we get them live, Kat? I need everybody on.
Live.
Live. Well, we know how to clear a room, don't we? Okay, E4.
Motion to approve E4, A, and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E5, A, and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick. Any audience participation? Any further board comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E6, A, and B.
Motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
Motion by, or second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-7. E7.
5-0.
How about 5-0? Thank you.
Motion to approve E7, A,
exhausting.
B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E8, but I'd also like to add Section C. And I've had discussions with the Civic Association in Citrus Springs. They would also like the verbiage to say they would like an additional 3 one-year renewal, like our basic contracts have with the others, like Ozello and and the others. They just would like that added so that every year, like for the next so many years, they can just come in, pay whatever the county says, and just move it through.
Second. A, B, and C.
Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? Madam Attorney, I thought you're green. Kat, could I have the attorney live, please?
So as amended
Yes.
by Commissioner Barrick, okay.
Yes.
That was
So
with the C, yes.
we'll have to get the documents revised and re-signed.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E10.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Ms. Veronica. You have less of an audience to give your presentation to.
Don't mind that. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I will not take too much of your time. Veronica Campschroer, Special Projects Manager. For F1, my outstanding commission items, the way that the timelines fell for these meetings, we have no updates on those projects. So we're just going to move to F2 unless you have any questions.
Any questions on outstanding commissioner items?
Yeah, I would like to take the workforce housing definition off of your things because.
We're not there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
On the
we were-
regular sheet. Any questions on the regular sheet?
No.
F2.
F2. And Reese, I think we have a slide. So just to recap our retreat in January, we heard some ideas from the commission. There were also other concepts discussed at that meeting. And after reviewing the notes and the videos, we believe that there's consensus to pursue the 491 expansion from Pine Ridge to Hampshire, and then the workforce housing definition analysis and an action depending on board direction. So those are the only two projects that we had consensus on, unless you would like to amend that consensus now. Any changes, additions, deletions?
You're going to jump out of your seat.
That's
I'm going
where
to call on you first.
Okay. The state in their 420.5095 has the definition of the state for working, the workforce housing. And that's the one we're supposed to be going by. I did make copies for each one of the commissioners if they want to read it. It's paragraph number 3. It says workforce housing means housing affordable to natural persons or families whose total annual household income does not exceed 80% of the area median income adjusted to the household size, or 120% of area median income adjusted for household size, or as declared in the intent to provide affordable housing in areas that were designated as areas of critical state concern for at least 20 consecutive years before removal for the designation. So there is an actual definition that we are supposed to be using. Okay? It's already written there, and that's what we're supposed to follow. So I can't see putting it up there for a target for action. I think we just need to take it off and possibly find another target for action to work on.
I understand that, and with all due respect, I've seen this, and I know about this definition. I think the point, and I think Commissioner Davis, but she left, is the one that had it on here, but I had been saying for years, although I know what this is for loan applications and at a state level, which is fine for us to use, but we were just not adopting anything for ourselves. What does it mean? Because developers were coming up here and saying, oh, we're building all this housing, you need it for the workforce. So we weren't holding their feet to the fire. So if they say that, my idea was to not define what the people are, but to define if it's supposed to help in our decision-making, what does that mean for the development? So if you're saying it's for workforce housing, and we can use this definition, what does that mean as far as the cost of the home? So if it's workforce housing, I know what this means, but what's the home price or the rent price?
The builder has to follow this definition when they say workforce housing. as far as I know. In other words, people that, build houses, they know there are certain things they have to follow, rules and regulations. And if you say affordable, attainable workforce has always, they have to, they cannot do anything different. And we should not move from what the state already says. This is the definition for workforce housing. And for us,
Agreed. It's
you're
between
just trying to take-
80% and 120%.
Right.
So that still doesn't tell me when somebody comes up there and says, you need my development, you need it for the workforce. I want them, or I want us to say, okay, so that means your houses are going to be in this price range. That's what I was looking for.
I thought we discussed we weren't allowed to do that with the builders to ask price range the other meeting, because that's not part of our scope of ability. We're only allowed for following the directives and objectives. In other words, the policies. This is the house, and this is the description, and it meets the, the PDC codes.
Okay.
It wasn't, well, the house has to sell, because I thought we discussed that with Commissioner Davis and I, because we tried to do that with the other builder, trying to get them to talk about price of their houses as they were going to build. And we got shut down and told we cannot do that. And I thought that, to me, was telling me as a commissioner, I have to just follow the rules and regulations, and the rule says such and such. So when we already have a rule for workforce housing, why
don't we
write
let the
another one?
attorney say something about this?
Thanks, Steve. I'm red. So I think.
You could send that one down for Steve.
I think the difficulty that y'all are having is that applicants come before you and make representations that they are providing attainable housing, workforce housing. Sometimes they use the word affordable. None of those things, any iteration of that, is not a requirement of any of our land development regulations, either our comprehensive plan or our land development code. So I believe that they say those things to you because that's what they think you want to hear, in terms of they think you want them to provide a product that qualifies, that is attainable for a particular type of individual. But you have nothing in your code that requires that. So it's almost like it's an empty promise, because them telling you that it's going to be that way, it's not in the conditions, it's not in the code, it's not required. So if your goal is to either have them stop making those assertions or require them to have to qualify for those types of things, that's something you need to incorporate in your codes. So when you look at the words workforce housing definition, I don't really think we're looking for a definition. I think we're looking for, is it required or not? If they're going to provide it, how can we require them to provide it? Or if they're offering it, how do we solidify that? And is there any benefit to them for providing it? Some communities have, incentives for providing those types of things. I don't know where you all are at collectively. I don't know whether you want to create some kind of a program where you do require certain types of housing, affordable, attainable workforce. So I'm not sure where y'all are going. We definitely know what it is. We know what it looks like, but we don't have anything in our code that requires it or gives incentive for people to do it. I don't know if that helps.
Okay. Commissioner Bass?
Well, there's the Sadowski funds. So Sadowski funds were really designed to finance affordable housing through the state initiative programs, through ship and sale. But, I mean, this is a big rabbit hole we could go down. So there's a lot of things that have come through the legislature, like the Live Local Act, which is basically part of the Sadowski funds through the funding of that. And I personally am not in favor of that. Statistically, looking at this, if you said, do we have enough affordable housing in our county? By definition, yes, we do. We can actually opt out of it, which many counties have done. If you go down, if you want to take it by the strictest definition of affordable housing or workforce housing through the Live Local Act, they have to comply with all the regulations, much of what's set out here. Then it's going to come off of your tax rolls for 30 years. I have a problem with the Sadowski funds because it was created for this, but over the last 2 decades, the state lawmakers swept $2.3 billion out of it to shore up their own budget. So the very intent and the very purpose that this was supposed to be for affordable housing, they've used the funding for something different. Now, what they did do is they took $100 million and they set it aside for the hometown heroes, which anybody that's a first responder can apply for funding of that type of house. When developers come in and they're talking about affordable housing, I think they're talking about workforce attainable housing, meaning it's going to be a lower end of affordable housing because it's skyrocketed. You know, by the time that somebody buys a lot, you pay your permit fee, you pay your impact fee, you prep the dirt. I mean, you're 60, 70 grand in before you ever get a slab blade. And it's just becoming unaffordable. But you have the flip side of the coin. If you're out and you're buying an older house that isn't built to current codes, deals are falling apart because they can't meet the insurance requirements, or the insurance just ticks it over the box and makes it unaffordable. So new housing, when these developers come in, especially in the larger developments, they come in, they can buy the rates down and make it very affordable for somebody to get in a newer home. They're not having to worry about a roof. They're not having to worry about an air conditioner or a hot water heater. And the insurance is much more affordable in that, and they get a better interest rate because they're not going to get that low interest rate in an older home. I don't want to get into, I think there's places where it can work, but I don't want to set a policy that we're going to do this. I think through natural nutrition, time will take care of itself. I think one of the problems that we have, if you're looking at scales of economy, it's a supply and demand issue. We just don't have enough. We have exorbitant rents because we have very little supply of inventory and stock out there, and people are not building apartments. If you want to build an apartment building and you have to put it on a pro forma, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for developers. Anywhere from $190,000 to $250,000 a door. I talked to the developers that just built under the Sadowski Fund, under the Ship and Sale program, the 55 and over program out in the Fountains in Crystal River. And I said, what did it cost you per door to build? And they told me $300,000 a door.
Doesn't seem very affordable, does it?
No, it does not. But it's the unintended consequences of what comes with that. So we have some apartments that have this mechanism behind them, but it's the transportation disadvantage. You know, we don't have enough resources to get people now. We can't afford to ramp it up anymore. Just the list goes down. I mean, we have all of the services that we still have to provide, but we're not collecting any taxes. So I have a problem with it, and I think I'm frustrated. I went to DC through the National Association of Counties, and everybody across the country is talking about this. But what nobody is talking about is how do we create jobs and get people to be self-sufficient and get them into the workplace, make sure that they can attain a job that pays a living wage and get them on their way. I'm going to say something that's probably not going to be popular.
Don't say it.
Well,
Don't say it.
The United States of America has regulated itself to death. We do not have jobs anymore where we're creating any type of manufacturing people that don't want to go to college, good living wage jobs that we once had, whether they were steel companies or the car manufacturers, whatever they were, they paid living wage jobs. We've lost all of that. And all we've done is we have exacerbated government programs to subsidize everything. And that's where we've got, that's what we have to change. We have to get back to start looking at how are we going to make people fish for a living.
Anyone else?
So I guess the question is, do we keep that or take it off? Because it sounds like.
If I may, we do have a workforce housing analysis, a study that was just approved at a previous meeting. It was either the last meeting or the one before. I have gone on a family outing, so I'm not 100% sure which one it was. But in the last few meetings, there was an approval to begin that study through housing. So my discussions with staff would be to get that study's results together, and then we can analyze the results of that along with any existing definitions, examples of other counties, and bring that back.
Which I think that's fine if we want to do that. I don't want to go this direction.
I think that's wise counsel. And it was the last meeting.
Thank you.
I think I'm feeling consensus.
Well, okay.
You've already said that there's a definition already, and I
There's a
think
definition.
Bays and Kennard and myself have already said it's fine to
And
go.
I've been told that we need to watch what we're doing with our staff, doing this and that and the other, and they're already out there doing this study, okay? So at this point, I would say, as long as it's not gonna cost us any money, let them finish the study, but I feel we have a definition.
Looks like you have consensus.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Is there any other question about this or any other special projects?
Looks good.
Thank you so much. Have a
I'm
great
sorry.
evening.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Commissioner Barrick, you said at your briefing you wanted to talk about? It's gone now, but the first one?
You said something under F1, and I told you to wait till F2. Are you forgetting something?
Yeah, I want to start working on the Citrus Springs Park acquisition, but,
Well, that has an X.
that's one of the X's, and,
Is that legal advice?
I help all.
when I saw them when I was at my briefing, because we need to start moving forward with the Citrus Springs Park acquisition. Okay, instead of being an X, it should start getting a check mark. The residents of that area, not just my district, but they're also in Holly's district, they're also in Mr. Kennard's district, okay? They deserve an actual park that they can go to. One where they can take their family, where there's picnic tables, one where they can take their kayaks and get down to a little lake. And what I proposed last year, I would like us to start moving forward on it and get some headway started. Park money, impact fees is collected, and it really should be staying where the houses are being built. And you want to keep giving permission to all these PUDs coming into Citrus Springs and Beverly Hills and that district. The people are coming there. They may not have the house built today or tomorrow, but they're expected to be there. Why not have the park for them? Because we do need conservative lands. You want land trust, and this would conserve land along the river.
May I give you a piece of advice?
Sure.
You're right. There seems to be an appetite on the board for conserving land, which is good. You're looking at a parcel that is on water. It's very beautiful. It has existing parking. I need a little refurbishing with the building. It's actually pretty beautiful. And if we are the nature coast and we want to pride ourselves where nature and community thrive, that your idea is a good one. That could be a very beautiful addition to the family of parks in Citrus County. So where I come with the piece of advice is, since everyone else has been fairly quiet on the issue, is maybe have a game plan if you're passionate about that. Commissioner Kennard, we just saw what happens when people are like, I don't know, but when you come with a game plan, it's probably not
I
today.
started with the game plan last year, and I got told I needed 3 people to approve for us to go out and get estimates for that piece of property.
I
And
don't
then I got
mean-
told, until I could get the 3, don't bring it to the board. Well, I don't know if I can get 3 people, because I see you spend $15 million today.
I know you're passionate, but I still have the floor. The game plan, Commissioner, that I was referring to is to get the 3 people like this. You're saying the 3 because you need to see how much it costs.
Right.
Which I understand that, but knowing that you could probably get some sort of an idea in your head, like future use, this is what it could be used for, future use, I think that these are ways we could pay for it. This is where I see pots of money, or this is who is interested. And that is just my advice. But I may be the only one, but I could support you on moving ahead and looking at that very nice piece of property. The other reason I think that is because when we talk about TDC and tourism and, oh, everybody has said we need to get some of that moved from one side of the county to the other side, your proposed park location is the other side for things that people really come here and they like to do. They like to kayak, they like to go on boards, they like to be in nature, and they could get off the springs on the other side and come there. Commissioner Davis? I'm gonna do this.
I'm just not turning off my mic for the rest of the meeting.
Well, there's a way for me to get you on here, but then
Thank you. As I recall, I was somewhat warm to the idea last time, and I too gave you advice, which is similar to what Commissioner Finnegan just told you, is that you need to come with a business plan. And that's what I was 2 months in office, and I came with a full-scale business plan on how much it would cost and whether it would break even for the county to buy Rock Crusher Canyon, which we've now lost, and people are coming up to me going, why didn't we get Rock Crusher? I'm like, well, don't talk to me about Rock Crusher. I had no buy-in. But I spent days creating a business plan for that and a lot of research, and it still failed. However, that was that board, and this is this board. And you're absolutely right. We are going more towards conservation. I would also mention that we are doing, I believe, a comprehensive plan for the parks, correct? What is it officially called?
Parks Master Plan.
Parks Master Plan. So you got that. So it needs to fit within a Parks Master Plan. Is that the proper place that we need one? I agree. I have not actually been to the property, but I agree with Commissioner Finnegan's points from the photos I've seen that it's waterfront and kayaking, all of that lovely things. So I am somewhat warm to it, but you got to have a plan for funding. Now, as chair of the TDC, I will tell you, and I've said it several times, I'm going to say it again. Avis Cole came up with the brilliant plan to do a tourist improvement district tax that would be paid for 100% by tourists, and it's in addition to what the current tourist tax is. All that's needed is that the hoteliers need to, a majority of the 50% plus one of the rooms need to vote to self-tax. And again, nothing for residents, nothing zero unless you rent a hotel room, nothing zero at all. That can go towards ball fields. It can go to things like this park property. Anything that has to do with attracting tourists, it can go to. So that's a funding source beyond impact fees.
And there's a building on there, so when Commissioner Davis is talking business plan, that could be, what does that building get used for? And is it just a rental? And do they have, bridal showers and things like that? So,
Maintenance costs versus
looking
rental
at a
costs.
plan. We're not asking you to do it on the fly.
Please don't try.
Yes. Correct. Anyone else? Madam Attorney?
In my defense, I try to help all of you remember things that you tell me that you want to bring up at the meetings.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, now, I'm going to try and stay calm, okay?
Okay.
Number one, when I first got on board, I talked with our county administrator. I went out with him. I went out with our man from planning and development, and I went with the guy for figuring out what needed to be done for that property. I was told to follow these steps, so I did follow a plan, okay? Which was, I had pictures taken, I got estimates from our people for fixing it, and I was told I needed to get an estimate for what the cost of the building and the land was. I found out it was 17.7 acres. I found out who owned it, that it's the Deltona Corporation. They're willing to sell it to us, okay? Yeah, I've taken many trips out there. I asked you guys to go out and visit, see how nice it was. It does have a building on it, and I explained that to you. It's got a building with 2 ladies' rooms and 2 men's rooms, okay? It's got a kitchen. It's got lots of things that are positive. I can't tell you how frustrating it is when I come to a meeting and you say, I need to have a plan. I was following the plan that the administrator told me to do, and I was told the next thing I needed to do was get permission to go get estimates so that we could move it forward. That's all I've been trying to do, and I was shut down last year, so I sat back, I got it put on a target for action, and I'd like to see it go from an X to a check mark, that we're positively gonna maybe do something.
Forgive me if it's my memory that is failing. I don't ever remember hearing a price for the property.
They wanted around
Hold on.
$600,000 from what I was told, but they would be willing to negotiate. But we didn't get an actual price because we needed to get, how much is it worth? And that was what I came to the board last year to find out, so that we could go out to the real estate and have them tell us what it's worth and get 3 things to tell me what's going on, and then you can go the next step. But I'm sorry, I will try to do a better plan.
Well, you have at least 2 of us that have spoken that is very, very warm to the idea. Phone a friend. There's somebody out there in Citrus Springs that, that will probably want to help you. So help you get a plan together.
I just want to see it move from an X to a check mark.
Are you asking that of us?
Yeah, I'm asking you to please move it from an X to a check mark. Please move it from it. I gotta wait for the.
I don't know what that means. If we move that X to a check mark, what does that actually mean? Citrus Springs Park acquisition, does that mean, because we didn't vote to purchase it, so if it goes green, what does that mean?
So the first thing we'll do is analyze the project, some of the elements that Commissioner Barrick was discussing. We would, as staff, make sure to compile and review, and then if there was a cost associated with a next step, such as an estimate or something like that, we would bring that back to the board. And then, if you wanted to pursue purchase or a feasibility, things like that, those would probably include some financial investment, but again, we would need to look at the basics first. That's all you would be committing to.
I don't mind staff helping Commissioner Barrick look at this a little deeper. I really don't. If that's what green means, I could do that. Commissioner Kennard?
The check mark
Commissioner
means-
Kennard, speaking of green. Commissioner
Throw
Kennard?
this thing in the street. There we go. Or in the river from the park. No. I think the green checks means you have consensus to continue pursuing, correct?
Correct.
So the Citrus Springs Park acquisition would mean that you have consensus. I don't know that I'm on board yet with that particular piece of property. We've got and I'm not opposing it at this point. We do need to do something out in Citrus Springs, but I am concerned about the ongoing requests for playing fields, not only in Homosassa that you've had your eye on, but also out at Citrus Springs. It goes back to when Carnahan was sitting on this board. He repeatedly said, we need more playing fields. I think I've gotten 2 emails this week already, people asking about soccer playing fields versus football playing fields, that we don't have enough of those. That's park impact fees, and there's a limited number of those park impact fees. We've got money there, but we're either going to put it into a park like this on the river, or that money's gonna go to playing fields in Homosassa or playing fields in Citrus Springs, at our existing park area there. So I think that all of those things need to come into the discussion before we start spending money to go down the road and go, well, we purchased this, now we don't have money to do these other things. We still don't know yet what the Homosassa multi-purpose path, where we're going to end up with that in terms of funding from the state legislature. If we end up with 2.5 million, then it sounds like we're still 2.5 million short. We're going to be looking to some of those park impact fees and looking towards the Duke Special Project Fund and some other pots to put together that $2.5 million. So I think we've got a couple things in the works right now that could all be fighting for those limited funds in our park impact fees. So again, I'm not opposed to saying, yes, we've got consensus to start looking at expanding our parks in the Central Ridge area. I don't know that I'm all in on that particular piece of property yet, though.
I wanted to comment on some things that you said because I realized, and I could have waited till under my name, but since we are talking about playing fields, the financing and the bureaucracy, which we've witnessed on the animal shelter we just talked about, to get that whole sports complex going. I mean, we're years out, and I keep saying we need playing fields right now, today. So what Eric has done, and with Parks and Recs, was take the money that they had for lights and things approved out of the impact fees, and they're taking extra fields. They're creating new fields on those existing parks, and out in I call it Citrus Springs, but is that Citrus, like all the way 491? Central Ridge. That would be one of them, one of many. So we are like, by the end of fiscal year, he told me, we will have new fields just from the budget that they're currently working in. So I just wanted to throw that out there. That's, I don't want to say if we're doing anything else, we're not, we're not getting those parks done, because we are. They're also looking at some other areas. The existing Homosassa Park also has some extra fields and had a plan. They found an old plan. So that's happening. And yes, we might not pull the trigger, but on that size property and on the water, kind of like what we just said about Pirates Cove, if the price tag, what she's saying, is close to accurate, I want to back her up on just the staff exploring. I'm not saying we're putting any money to it yet, but because maybe staff will look at enough and we'll go, whoa, that's too much, can't be done. Or maybe staff will come back and we might go, this might be worth looking into. I don't know, just.
I'm not opposing it yet.
Okay.
Madam.
I know, I'm so sorry. Just apologize to Commissioner Davis. She wants to speak. She's red. Go ahead.
I've been waiting for a while. I got red first. We need to turn this thing off, this whole green nonsense.
It was supposed to work just so then I could see, like I would push your
I'm
name.
aware.
And
2 years ago, I was aware. It doesn't work very well.
Easy,
No,
but
it's
not.
not.
Okay.
It's not.
Touche on that. Yeah.
Now I've kind of forgotten, but I know. I'm fine with what you said about slow walking it and so forth. And I don't want to relitigate this right now because we've got to move on, but I'm intending to bring back the homeless shelter under my agenda item and show my work and all the support, including hopefully from the sheriff and everything, so you guys can look at that, right? Instead of being crammed into 5 minutes and we have to stop right now to end the strategic meeting.
Good plan. Okay.
Mine won't turn green. Red. Keep saying green.
Denise, you're red. How about you now?
I just want to say, I think the intent of this slide, of this agenda item, is because when you're at a workshop, which is what you were at during your retreat, whatever you say, you have to come back to a public meeting to vote. So I think this was
meeting.
No, not that was a workshop. So I believe the intent of the slide is to get you to vote on whether or not those are going to be your target actions for 2026. I could be wrong, but I think that was the intent.
At the very least, we would like to have a consensus once the fog of war has
Oh,
passed.
so we're still, consensus,
That was my point. We gave a consensus at a publicly advertised meeting, which was a workshop, and now we're just giving consensus again.
I thought it was to vote, because you can't vote in a workshop. That's what I thought. So I could be, so I didn't want you voting on something until you all had a chance to talk about it. So I'll just stop talking.
We can all agree on mobility fees.
It finally turned red.
So I believe I have 3 projects for
Okay.
the targets for action for this
Hey,
year.
Can I make my comment? Mine finally turned red.
I am so
I
sorry.
mean, I've been sitting, she sat here, I sat here,
Go
we've
right
been
ahead.
waiting and waiting.
Just make the comment,
Okay.
please.
Now, Commissioner Kennard, I am very aware of the property we just purchased that has no bathrooms, no parking lot, no electric, no water. What I'm proposing is we let staff move ahead on a piece of property that already has a paved parking lot, it has water, it has bathrooms.
I think he's getting
So
behind
all
you.
I want is you to say, please, take a little bit more of a look at it and let the staff do their job.
Commissioner Kennard's already been favorable, but if you want to say please to staff, you can.
He's fixing to steal defeat from the jaws of victory.
That's okay.
He was behind you, Commissioner Barrick.
No, he wasn't. He said no. And I heard him say it. He said until.
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay.
If I may. I have 3 projects, one of them including the Citrus Springs Park acquisition, which, to use the great examples you just gave, the plan for the Homosassa existing park, that would be kind of what we're looking at, just something very preliminary, no
Yes.
cost associated with it. Then if that were to be, preliminarily feasible, then we could move into something like what we're looking at for the parks that you mentioned for fields, a feasibility study with formal engineering, things like that. So there's a process and we'll move through it. Parks and Recreation has been very good about making sure that the Parks Master Plan will be the official record book of what we have and where future things should go. So we'll make sure that those projects don't intersect in a negative way.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate your time and effort on this. Okay, I think we're for Mr. Alt, waiting patiently. You didn't know if I was just going to skip you? Is that Oh, well.
It's up to you.
Are we, though? We have 2 commissioner items. You know what? We should do that. Let's take care of the 501. Thank you, Alex. It's.
That's a staffer that can leave at least. I don't think he's gonna take very long, is he?
However long you need me to take. I wasn't gonna be a very long one, but it's up to you.
Mr. Howard, I'll let you call that because she's concerned about staff leaving, but we have other staff that's going to be waiting here too. So let's continue with the 501. Yeah, thank you, Alex. I understand he'll be leaving, but we have other staff that's here for the 501 only, so. Do we have our applicant here? Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, with regard to CPA AAPUD-2025-00011, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
There we go. No. I left it on. I didn't turn it off. Someone else did.
Kat, can you make all microphones live for me? Make them all red.
No.
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 Madam Chair, at the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider 2 ordinances. The first ordinance is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 13.1 acres from the general commercial district and the professional services office district to the 44 mixed-use district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And the second ordinance is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 13.1 acres from the general Commercial District and the Professional Services Office District to the 44 Mixed Use District with a planned unit development for a Veterans Affairs Clinic, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration of public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here for their presentation. Oh, well, I'm sorry, sir, you have to wait till it's read.
We've been in Mike Hell all day.
Okay. Hi, my name is John Braswell. I'm with HC Development and also representing ownership HC Lecanto for the project. Here to happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Oh.
That's easy enough, isn't it? Any questions?
No? You want a motion?
Oh, we have to have staff.
Excuse me. No, I would not at this time. Thank you. Ms.
I'm glad
Morris.
you liked the joke, though.
Her microphone's not working.
Oh, there we go. Let's turn it on. All right, good evening, Commissioners. Melissa Morris, Planner. I'm presenting our first IMA project. This is for the county's new VA clinic. It's located in the 44 and Suncoast Parkway Interchange Management Area. Any new project within that IMA does have to come before you to do a zoning and land use change and present a PUD. That's why we're here tonight. Let's see, the project is being permitted at the same time as this application is going through as well. And this is a rendering of the architectural facade of the building. It is proposed to be metal. It is designed to not look like metal. It's designed to look like wood and other applications. And one of the conditions is that it does not look like metal. And,
Yep, I have some samples.
and
that
Mr.
y'all like to
Braswell
see.
did bring a sample if anyone would like to look at the actual product that would be put on the building. He did bring that.
I mean, I want to see it just out of curiosity.
Me too.
That's pretty.
Is that the stuff they use out west?
There's another shelter maybe that if it looks really great, we could use. Save a little money.
So this is a faux wood pattern on an extruded aluminum backing. It's very durable, hurricane rated. Looks just like wood, except it doesn't have the upkeep. It's a 30 to 50-year product, depending on the environment and that sort of thing. Happy to pass these around.
May I?
Yep, it'll be one of these two colors.
Oh, I like it. It's very nice.
It's got a grain to it.
You can continue, Ms. Morris.
I'm going to continue, thank you. This is a photo looking north on West Southern Street. The project does propose to take access from West Southern Street. Mr. Braswell also provided us with some information from FDOT saying that they could do a possible connection. So we would like to add another condition in. I'm going to read that condition now. The applicant is working with FDOT regarding South 44 access and are subject to terms and conditions from FDOT. Should future site access modifications be needed to satisfy the FDOT special conditions, any changes in access management would not require a minor modification, but are subject to approval by FDOT and the county engineer. And I do believe we have someone from engineering, I believe Mr. Cheek is here. If you had any questions on access management, he could answer those for you.
Board, does any of you have questions for Mr. Cheek?
Had a good briefing.
Okay.
This is the proposed site plan. The north buffer abutting residential proposes the required type C buffer, but with a vinyl fence instead of a wall. That would be this area right in here, if you can see that, yeah. And they are proposing to keep here and here a large buffer area of existing trees. This is the site plan that is in permitting. I'd just like to summarize by saying the use is permitted in the current zoning and future land use, and it is an encouraged use in the new 44 MU zoning and land use, and it does appear to be compatible with the surrounding area. Any questions?
Board questions?
No.
Anything else?
That's all I have unless you have questions.
No? I'll open it up to the public. Would the public like to say anything about this application? I'm sorry, I want him to go first.
Did he fill out a green card?
Hi,
He's
buddy.
an American.
Hi, buddy, how are you?
Say hello.
Hello. Okay, now you can speak. Please state your name
Thank
for the
you.
record.
I'm Josh Wooten, CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. I stayed here for my friend Gary Mock, who many of y'all know, retired Navy chief that wanted to be here so bad to urge y'all to support this. So since he couldn't make it, I'm here on his behalf. We hope you pass it. I bet you will.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will close open to the public.
Madam Chair?
I'm assuming you don't need any rebuttal time or anything to, okay,
I don't believe so.
okay. Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve CPA AAPUD 2025000011 Guardian and HC Lecanto LLC for the VA clinic.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Barrick.
And to clarify, that's with the conditions, including the additional conditions?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrick, can you speak
With
yes?
the, yes, with the conditions.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations and thank you.
Yep, thank y'all, appreciate it.
Okay. We are now up to Alexander Alt.
Alexander Alt, Intergovernmental Affairs Liaison and an Administrative Development and Review Expediter. Madam Chair and members of the board, just giving you another quick update. I think I have a PowerPoint here whenever it comes up. Okay, so this should be a pretty brief one. So since last time, we were waiting on the budget to see, they had a lot of disagreements between the House side and the Senate side. So we were waiting to see how they were going to hash all those out. Since last time, they have not come to an agreement on overall allocation numbers, so they have made no progress since last time. So I don't have any updates I can really give on our budget items at this time. What's most likely going to happen is most likely a special session. That part is also still up in the air because, again, there's a lot of disagreements going between the chambers. It may end up being, they may decide to extend the existing session for a little while, in which case they may take some of the legislation that's pending right now and they could decide we're going to extend and continue with the rest of those items. Or they could gavel out sine die on Friday, which is what they're supposed to do, and then decide we're going to do a special session to address, and they're probably going to do one on property taxes. They're already going to do one on the congressional redistricting maps, and then they're going to have, if they did that route, they would then have to do one on the budget as well. So they may combine them into one big session. They may do separate ones. We'll know in the next few weeks. So that's where we are on the budget. And then I brought a couple bills just based on some of the conversations that we had at the last board meeting and some stuff that's going on right now in Tallahassee, just to make sure everyone's aware. So the first one, so during Tammy's presentation, she talked to you all about how if they went through with the homestead removal of property taxes for homesteaded properties, how that would impact Citrus County. So I won't belabor that point, but what I will just mention briefly is, again, that item passed the House 80-30. They sent it to the Senate, but the Senate has not expressed any interest in taking up what the House passed. They've said they may do they're going to do something in probably a special session, and that's what the governor has also said. But they said they would not be in the quote as generous as what the House was with their offer. So we've heard anecdotally, and they could decide anything, but we've heard anecdotally they may look at something like a $75,000 or $100,000 increase to homestead exemption, but again, we don't know until we know. So that's kind of where that one's at this point. The other one is a big one that's kind of been somewhat of a hot topic recently, the data centers bill. So originally, again, and we talked about it, I think, at one of the last meetings, but originally this bill wasn't really moving, and then all of a sudden, week 6, it got legs and decided it was going to run really fast. And so this language, it's very close to being passed. There is some procedural things. So the bill was passed on the Senate side. The Senate language, and I'll briefly go through it just to give you an idea. Both sides included language about non-disclosure agreements. The House side in particular had special language talking about if a proposed data center would be within 5 miles of a residential property or a school. And they amended that language to say basically if you're within that 5 miles, the applicant would then be required to provide a noise impact study, as well as demonstrate that they're following all state and federal laws as it relates to RF emissions. And so they would be allowed to do it, but they had to just demonstrate that as part of their application process. So that's only in the House bill. So that's one of the differences between the two. But in both bills, they have language talking about large load tariffs, as well as on the electrical side to make sure that they're not pushing off costs of infrastructure and operation and maintenance onto general ratepayers. And then they also had language about water usage. They would be incentivized to use, or required if available, to use reclaimed water. So that's some of the protections they put in that bill. The Senate passed their language. Again, theirs did not have that 5-mile language at all. The House has not picked it up yet. It can be picked up. The only thing to think about at this point is because there's a rule on the House side after March 8th, so day 55 of session, if they haven't picked up the bill at all, then it technically can't be. But they also have they can waive the rules. They have two-thirds. They have a 2/3 majority, so they can waive the rules, and they've done that. So we'll keep an eye on it the next few days. If they gavel out on Friday, then that means that bill has died. So I'll keep everyone posted on that. Okay, Senate Bill 840. This has to do with the fix to Senate Bill 180 that Commissioner Bays brought up at the last meeting. I just wanted to touch base with everyone. That's kind of in the same ballpark as that last one, where the Senate passed some language that addresses the concerns with Senate Bill 180, that more restrictive and burdensome language after a hurricane makes landfall within 100 miles of it. And again, the House never moved the bill at all. But they could waive the rules at this point and pick it up if it's part of some horse trading that happens at the very end of session. We'll be kind of waiting to see. But if that doesn't happen and they don't either amend this onto some other bill, then that effort will have failed. And this bill was actually filed by the sponsor of Senate Bill 180, and he basically said in his comments that some of the concerns that happened with that more restrictive and burdensome language that happened with 180, it was not the intention. There's a lot of unforeseen consequences that happened with that, and they were trying to fix it. But House did not pick it up. So we'll keep an eye on the next few days and see where that one goes. And then finally, I just wanted to touch base again. We talked about it last time, the sovereign immunity bill. There was another amendment. So originally, again, not getting too much into the weeds, the House side had $500,000 per person and $1 million per incident, and then a one-time increase after 2031 to go $600,000 per person and 1.2 per incident. And the original language on the Senate side had it, I believe, at $300,000 per person and $450 per incident. They amended it to try to come a little closer to the House side to go to $350 per person and $500 per incident with no CPI increase. So that actually ended up, that's kind of in the same posture. It's got through all its committees and actually can be voted on by the Senate. So, and it already passed the House. So that could be one of the last ones that we see kind of squeak through. I'll keep everyone posted on that because that if they do come to an agreement, that could have somewhat of an impact, a pretty good impact on local government. So just something to think about. And that's all I have. Just again, some key dates, but that's about it. Any questions for me?
Anything for Alex? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you keeping us updated.
No problem. Anytime.
Mr. Howard is not, Mr. Howard, you're on the agenda. Do you have anything? Okay, he's saying no. So, Commissioner Bays.
Nothing.
Okay. Commissioner Davis.
I think I meant to say this earlier, and I think I didn't. I believe the Tourist Improvement District tax might be implemented this year. So from a timing perspective, that might be good. But I chair TDC tomorrow, so I will get back to you on that date.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, sorry.
Commissioner Kennard, M1.
Yeah, just wanting to have a brief conversation with the board to see if the appetite is there to give direction to staff to research some of the ordinances that have been put into place by other coastal communities to address an increasing problem with commercial entities operating out of public ramps, public boat ramps. And it's not necessarily just launching a vessel to go and, pick up their client someplace, but it's launching a vessel in someplace and sometimes sitting right there, occupying a spot in the ramp or in the bay of the ramp, waiting on their clients, and then dropping them back off, which means that everybody on board is taking up parking spots. Certainly the commercial entity and their trailers taking up a parking spot there as well. Other counties, like I said earlier, looks like there's 6 counties so far that have implemented some sort of a permit or medallion system that they've put into place to try and limit that. During the majority of the year, is it a major problem? Probably not a major problem. As we get into the upcoming scallop season, we get an awful lot of additional commercial entities come to the area, start using the ramps, picking up clients at the ramps and that sort of thing. And that diminishes the availability of those facilities for our local recreational fishermen to be able to enjoy those ramps, utilize those facilities. And, we're talking about boat ramps and the seawalls around those areas, but it could very well be parks, it could be our libraries, it could be the beach. Those are all public facilities, and I don't know that we would let a commercial entity operate out of those without some sort of system in place to address that. We've got that in place at those other facilities. The Fort Island Beach, certainly there's a system in place to handle who is the merchant that gets to be out there on site. But also we wouldn't want somebody operating a commercial entity out of the beach there as well. I don't know what that looks like from a risk management standpoint, if and when there is an incident with somebody's client injuring themselves on the ramp or a fall or whatever it might be. Anyway, it's a growing problem as our coastal communities grow. It's a growing problem here. Just want to see if the board has an interest in addressing this.
I think it's a fabulous idea.
I was going to say, are you going to prioritize our businesses? So even if there's a system or they pay a fee, I would like Citrus County people to be put ahead of, other counties.
Prioritize locals, sure. I think that's, and, once we get a look at these other systems that are put into place, absolutely, I think you can give preference to local entities, and again, once we look at those, you decide how many of these permits or medallions, like Sarasota, I'm not quite sure where they come up with the medallion idea.
I think like taxi cab drivers have like medallions, like they earn a medallion or something
Really?
to practice, yeah.
It was
Like in New York
a
City
new.
and stuff, yeah.
What just happened over here? Hey buddy, it was a new term in terms of boating and fishing and that sort of thing. But anyway, how you decide what's a good number, and they're in a pilot program right now. Maybe it starts at a smaller number that can utilize those facilities. Sarasota County, it was a bidding process. They set a certain number, and it was a bidding process for them. I think it started at $1,200, and they expected them to go for anywhere between $1,200 and $5,000.
Wow.
And of course, all of that money goes directly back into ramp improvements, boat launch improvements, things like that. So, anyway, yes, I think local should get a preference.
Sounds like you have consensus. Does anyone else want to say anything?
I think it's a horrible idea. Joking, joking. I think
All
it's
right.
great. Good
So
job.
we've got consensus to direct staff to take a look at these other programs that are out there and bring them back to us with, I don't think it's something that's going to happen quickly, but let's get something in the works to be able to address this growing issue. All right, great.
Do you have anything else?
That's it.
Commissioner Barrick?
Nothing.
Okay, before I get into O1, I just want to thank our Veteran Services staff. And the latest stats from the last meeting was from January and February, and they served 834 veterans and their families, and they did 7 outreach events. So they're still working hard on behalf of our veterans, so thank you to them. Okay, O1. I am going to ask in a moment for a motion to direct our staff to amend our land development regulations to preserve our trees and to stop the wholesale clear cutting of our lands. Board, if you think, not even think back, look now to all of our old developments. Inverness Highlands, Pine Ridge, Sugar Mill Woods, Citrus Hills, which is still very beautiful. Wherever you live, and any development that has occurred, they cleared out for infrastructure. All of these years later, 40, 50 years later, if a house isn't on the property, you have trees everywhere. And could you imagine if 40 or 50 years ago, they just cleared out that whole thing and then there weren't houses there? We would just have these empty patches everywhere. Right now, for whatever reason, I didn't think we allowed it, but something must be in place to allow it. Developers are going in, clearing everything. Now, if the market changed and or something happened and they didn't put houses, we just have sand everywhere. A lot of people are complaining. Sand is all over their houses, in their pools. They're breathing it in. It really is quite a mess. Now, on your backup, I gave just something I typed up. Why we need the ordinance, you can read, I don't need to read them all to you, and points that I think that should be addressed and that we should define clear cutting, maybe like what I've put in here, maybe it's something else. That's very important to me. I think what's important today for the motion, not that this is it and this is all the answers. I think that we have a very intelligent staff that can put something together for us to make this stop. We need to get rid of mass grading. We should try to keep some of the native trees as a buffer. So in some of these communities that I've looked at, literally the property line ends at grass and it is sand and dirt. There was no buffer kept at all. And I think less people honestly would have complained if there was just a buffer to stop all of this blowing sand. I honestly would like to see, when we have these walls and things that people put into place, I'd like to see the buffer on the outside of it where communities aren't looking at walls, when it's residential up against residential. Now, I understand, and I'll lean on staff for this, when we're in commercial areas, that may look a little different. And I'm sure they're listening and they're taking notes, and I'm sure they already have notes. But we need to try to keep as much vegetation as possible. And I'm going to go ahead and make my motion, and I hope I get a second. And then maybe if you have questions or maybe you want to add something, we can discuss. So I make a motion to direct staff to amend our land development regulations to adjust all applicable standards to ensure site development, tree preservation, and subdivision development maintains existing vegetation, natural topography, and trees to the greatest extent possible.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Okay, is there any further board discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I would add to this that I think that we all received an email from Paul Gibbs with some suggestions regarding tree surveys and protecting specimen trees on these lots that are set for development. I think that's a tremendous amount of experience knowledge in this area as a landscape architect that I think needs to be part of this process, that we should make sure that staff gets that, and that should carry some weight coming from that gentleman. A lot of respect for him.
Thank you. There was a couple points I forgot to make. That was one of them. And the other one, just so there's zero confusion, this is not about people that are currently living in their homes and they want to remove trees. I think there is some confusion. If you need to remove a tree at your house, remove the tree. We understand that's your property. The other thing is, I know we have provisions in place. If you have your lot and you're ready to build, do call land development and they can work with you on that. This is not for that. I want people to be able to use their properties how they want to use their properties. This is just for large scale developments that have been going in. So just so there's no confusion, I wanted to clear that up. Any other board comments?
Yeah.
Commissioner Barrick.
I'm glad you cleared that up because I wanted to make sure that, because there are state statutes for the clearing, like in Citrus Springs, all the little platted lots, they can go in and do whatever, and that's what they're doing. But that's not for this. This is for like 600 houses going in here, and it's a brand new one.
Could you imagine, as long as Citrus Springs sat, if that whole thing was completely clear cutted and there were no trees, and then whatever houses are there?
You have no idea what it looks like now with all this clear cutting that's going on, and a sand in the road, and it's horrible. So I know what you're talking, and I think this would be a very good move for the county.
Thank you. Any further board discussion? Commissioner Bays.
So I understand what your intent is, but, and believe me, I don't like the clear cutting either, but what we have is a lot of like turkey oak, because they're very sand and they have very shallow root systems. And when I look at what they did in Terra Vista, which was clear cut basically, but they put back all of that landscaping, and it's much nicer than what would ever have been there naturally. I'll also give another example. If you look at the old Beverly Hills area, it's kind of the same thing in IV4. Drainage was never calculated. So we ended up buying houses out in old Beverly Hills because the water ran down and was flooding those houses out, much like what's happening in IV4. My concern is when you take these large-scale developments and you're telling them they can't clear that property, and I'm not advocating for that, I'm just saying I can see both sides of this, because I don't know how you adequately prepare for drainage on something like that. Because I look at it and think, man, it would be one of the things that I think we should strengthen is the quality of the product that goes back in, as opposed to letting people go out and put, container materials in. What kind of material is it? And trees are not all equal. So a turkey oak tree is completely different than a live oak for canopy, shade, all the natural products that you can put back and really have a very good product in the end. I'm very concerned. We talk about the expense of what it costs to build and develop now. And I think this is really going to add to the expense of building. And that's all going to get passed on. It's not going to be borne by the developer. It's going to get passed on into the price of the house. And I'm just concerned that we're going to have a backlash on this, and we may not end up with exactly what we want by doing this, because I think if you're not going to have the quality of materials that we could impose by having better revegetation.
I have two things to say about that. One, our whole county is filled with all these communities, and they figured it out all that time way back then with these long lasting existing communities, and it's worked. I mean, there's still trees everywhere. The second thing is staff is fully on board with this, yet to your point, in certain areas where drainage may be an issue, they talked about instead of allowing the cutting happening on the whole property, maybe in small sections while it's being developed. So as the backup information I gave. So they still have to keep this natural buffer. They can't take out everything. They can take out what they need to for infrastructure. And then as they're developing, possibly, that'll be for the board to decide, they still can't clear the entire property. It would just be sections.
Can I debate you?
Madam
Of
Chair?
course.
You gave the example of all of those subdivisions, Pine Ridge, Citrus Springs, Citrus Hills, Old Citrus Hills. All of them all have a multitude of lots, even Sugar Mill Woods. There's 53,600 lots between those developments that are platted and ready to go. But there's not one in Terra Vista. Every time they do it, they're building and they're sold out. And that's a better quality project.
That's apples and oranges. That's a gated community. These other communities aren't gated. So just by
That's my point, though.
Black Diamond's gated and they have a bunch of trees.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
She made reference to drainage in the old Beverly Hills. Old Beverly Hills didn't have the DRAs until after the no-name storm. And that's when they got put in, because that's when the county had to buy the property. Okay, so I've seen it, and I saw why they got put in. So when it comes to that, but Old Beverly Hills, the original Beverly Hills, every piece of property kept a tree. Every single one. And there was no problem doing it. But that was the law that they had to follow. That was the restrictions that were in place. Now the state has changed it, and that's where they're allowed to do. The platted lands, they can clear cut. But if you're gonna do a 600 or 500 or 300 unit development, I think we need to have a regulation that says you cannot do a clear cut of the whole thing at one shot. So I really think this is a very good idea to have the staff develop something and bring it back to us.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
I am going to support it for the same reason. Staff will take a bite at a huge swing at this and then bring it back to us. I just want to echo Commissioner Bay's concerns about making the regulations too onerous to completely, drive up the cost of the product. And the big thing that I am really interested in is not being able to clear cut to the property line. That's just horrible.
Thank you. Yes.
And so there has to be some happy medium in there that's not too onerous, but also protects the surrounding neighborhoods and creates a better product. The biggest issue is not just clear cutting, but leveling, because level neighborhoods are boring compared to something with undulation, and IV4 should be a spectacular neighborhood with the elevation they have. Too bad it was so mishandled. But, so those are the things I'm interested in. I'm very much interested in tapping Commissioner Bay's expertise in trees, so container versus in-ground grown and all of that. I think I've learned a little bit of it, but obviously you're the expert on that. I think that she
Money
has some
grows
really
on
good points
trees.
on that. Pardon?
Money grows on trees.
Yeah, you didn't just say that. So anyway.
Okay, anything else?
No.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, board. County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay, we're back to open to the public. Anyone that would like to speak at open to the public, you have 3 minutes. If you have a letter in file, tell the clerk. She will check that out for you, but please let us know. State your name and where you live for the record. Welcome.
Hi, Susan Nelson, Solid Gardens. And this would be it sounds commercial, but it's not a bad idea to introduce this concept of a food forest. I'm going food forest. I'm not choosing items from like South America. I'm going more in the area of Arkansas. So it's just an idea if you're thinking about things on that idea.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Are you coming up? Hi there.
Name's Ken Ferguson from Floral City. What I'd like to comment about this bill that you got for artificial reef, that we had an amendment to that prevents spearfishing for all species of grouper and the black and the red drum. Because spearfishers, those things hide under the rock, stick their spears in, take every fish off the pile. Where if you're fishing for them, 2 or 3 of them bite, the rest of them go under the rock, you go to the next rock pile. So what it is, for red, with the redfish, which is the red drum, the black drum, and all species of group, prevent spearfishing on those reefs. You'll be surprised what it will do to the population of those species. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Ms. Lynn, do you know, on our reef, are we allowed to put something on there like no spearfishing, or would that have to be a broader state law that regulates the types of fishing?
It's regulated by FWC.
That's what I thought. So because it's our reef, we can't say anything. Okay, Mr. Ferguson, that's regulated by FWC. So I would encourage you to make those thoughts known to FWC. They can regulate that. Thank you. The FWC regulates what type of fishing that can occur out there, not this board. So I would encourage you to make your thoughts known to the Florida Fish and Wildlife. Thank you for being here. Anyone else open to the public? Okay, with that, I will close open to the public. And with that, it's 5:40 and this meeting's adjourned.